Welcome to Natural Sing. Oh, I tried something a bit different.
Yeah.
I tried something a bit different. What do we think? Do we like it?
It was
gave me a little
honest.
tingle.
Yeah,
All I'm really trying to do is tingle.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever wanted to do
gold.
is tingle.
I felt that tingle everywhere.
I'm so glad, Doug Cockle. Feel that? Oh! Thanks for joining us. Hey, everybody, we're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons. This is episode 13 of...
Unlucky for some.
Yeah, well, quite. And we'll see just how unlucky it is for our heroes. Let's say hi to them.
Hello, I'm Aoife Wilson, and I'm playing Dolly de Winter, the Tiefling Bard.
Hello, I'm Alex Jordan, and I'm playing the Kobold Rogue.
Hello, I'm Doug Cockle. I'm playing Kelnis, the Dragonborn Druid.
Hi, I'm Hollie. I play the human fighter, and depending on who you're asking, it's either Indelian or Elowin.
I'm Ben Starr, and I play the Wood Elf Wizard, Radiant Thornbear.
I'm Harry McEntire. I'll be the other voices, please. So...
You did it!
Thank you very much. We did it. That was the cleanest we've ever done it. Well, I'll tell you this, viewers, listeners. This is a very excited room. Shall we play some Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes!
Right. Last time, you began in the cellars of Castle Grēnweard, stood before Lesota, Indelian's mother. Seemingly in shock, she automatically began to prepare bread and soup while Roos, the castle priest, introduced you to Isolde, Eden's wife. Lesota took Indelian aside and briefly burst into tears, telling her they had much to talk about, but that she had better go and inform her brothers that she was home. You decided to split up. Dolly, Radian, and I, the character not the me, heading off to explore the castle, whilst Kelnis went with Indelian as she reunited with her brother Kellin, whilst he trained villagers in the use of a longbow. The others climbed the ramparts to the top of the tower at the southwest corner of the castle, where they found Eden, eldest of the brothers, being guarded by Kylen, the youngest of the Grenweird, still resident in the castle. On telling them that their sister lived, it was immediately apparent that Eden had been aware all along, sparking anger from Kylen, who thundered away to find her. Radian took the opportunity to ask how he could best gain Indelian's confidence, Eden telling him that his sister would only respect actions, not words. Down at the training grounds, Indelian was painfully embraced by Kylen and greeted with a wry smile by Eden before the brothers went inside and you were reunited with one another outside the castle gates. You were led up to Indelian's room, covered as it was in dust and still full of her old belongings. Radian and Indelian buried the hatchet after their set to in the tunnels, before Jeremy Teaberry, valet to Eden, asked the party to meet with the Grenweir family in Rioder and Lesota's chambers. The reunion was complete, as Indelian was embraced by her final brother, Torian, and you shared stories of the Gloam, attempting to form a plan of action that would break their siege. Eventually, you resolved that the party would journey through the tunnels, arriving to flank the Gloam as the brothers attacked from the gate. A plan of action decided upon, Lesota once again took Indelian aside for an unfamiliar heart-to-heart. Despite her discomfort, Lesota apologized to her daughter, offering explanation and context for the choices she made on her behalf during a childhood in which mother and daughter had often felt distant. As recompense, she gifted Indelian her own family short sword, a symbol of a life Lesota had wanted to escape, but realized now her daughter had always craved. Back in Indelian's room, you shared stories of your families, Indelian reading a letter her father had left on her bed, written to the daughter he thought he'd lost. She was snapped out of her reverie by shouts from the battlements, where you joined the rest of the Grenweir family. And in the field beyond the walls, fires had been lit. And as Dolly heard a message in her head, a masked woman delivered an offer. Leave with the wounded and surrender the castle. her threat accompanied by the sounds of screaming from nearby buildings. Bolstered by the support of his sister, Eden refused to abandon the keep. The Gloam emissary then calling out, implying that you may have traitors in your midst, ending her threat with the words, "The web is wide." Dolly demanded to speak with you all and left the battlements, telling you to follow. In the stable, far from the burning buildings and the Grenweirds, Dolly revealed she had been told to deliver the supplies to the Gloam and that the web had allied itself with the cult. Knowing that to disobey orders was to risk everything, you resolved to strike out from the web. Flies no more. You would fight for one another and for the survival of House Grenweir. And that's where we are now.
So now you know. And now that you do know, maybe there's something that can be done to amend the plan a little bit. If we're going to do this, we may as well do it right.
As we tell the family.
It's not my call to make.
I don't think they need to know about the web and us. They just need to see us as a united and helpful front, which is what we are.
Okay, so they're waiting for a bag. They think that we're going to deliver the bag. Is there something to be said for drawing them out? Distracting them? We wanted a diversion, right?
I think it makes sense.
We has a bag.
Mm-hmm.
They does not know or needs to know what is in the bag. They is expecting the bag. What if what is in the bag is not what they is expecting? You has, a very big member of tribe who would be easy to get close.
I think you can put people in the bag. Yeah.
So,
You can mechanically put living creatures in the bag of holding. They can survive for a number of minutes, which is 10 divided by how many creatures are in there.
Okay.
I mean, they've been talking in my head. All I need to do is send a message back, telling them when and where to meet. All we need is to draw their eyes somewhere else, and then maybe your brothers are leading an attack in from somewhere else. We just need to give them time, right?
Yeah, I'd say that works.
What exactly is your brother's strengths?
Okay, well, Eden taught me to fight, so he'll fight like me. You've got Kellen. Well, Kellen's a ranger. He's like you, so that'll be bows and arrows and in amongst the trees. Torian, he's the only one of us that seems to have any affinity towards magic. And then Kylen, well, he's just big and strong. And that's what you've got here.
Okay. That's something. And we don't know what we're about to go out and face, but at least we're not going out alone.
We does not necessarily needs to be together. We can be part of the family there, part of the family with another. We could be parts of both flank, not necessarily all on one flank.
What happens if a Grenweir turns up with you? At the end of the day, that threat said daggers in all our backs, and that includes mine.
That's true. You're technically part of the web, though, but I haven't given any indication that I've told any of you any of this. Not yet. And yeah, this Spider Prince's eyes are everywhere, but I'd hope this hasn't reached them just yet.
And we play it like a chapter.
Mm-hmm.
My thinkings with the big man in the back is...
You can, by the way, you can be the one to tell him he has to get in the bag.
Endelian, roll me an insight check. Sorry, this is about your family. You can roll with advantage. Sorry.
unbelievable.
Perfect.
So it was a 2 and then it was a 1.
It's been a while.
Let's get those rolls out now.
Kylen would be up for the bag. He'd be really up for the bag idea.
Yeah, you know what? I think he'd do it.
Things on this. the big strong one wants to be in combat, and we want them to be in the combat as quick as possible. They will not be expecting a big, strong man to come out of the bag, especially if this bag be handed to the leader.
I don't know why I'm looking at you.
Baby, I can't help.
And immediately, if the bag is handed to their leader, immediately, they is in combat. They mechanically is in 5 feet, and there are other people.
Kylan is a monster. Once he is fighting, you'll have almost zero control over him.
Maybe that's what we need right in the thick.
I'm not a tactician. All I can do is set it up.
And neither is Kylan, so don't forget that.
So you want all of us to go? Or just you?
I'd like the backup.
I think there is something more believable if they thinks that we has argued. And some has stayed with the web, and some has not. It makes sense if you has not stayed with the web. There is believable story.
That is true.
I is better off hiding.
We also have potions.
I don't know how much they'll do out there.
Well, are these the ones we have?
Do we know what they are? Because we grabbed them from the.
You know that they are intended to function in the manner that a potion of that type would function.
We have a potion of Hell Giant Strength and a potion of Gaseous Form. Could be useful.
Thinks the damage the big one could do with the strength of a giant.
He's already got the strength of a giant.
That's
and
even giant.
So your potion of Hill Giant Strength, your strength score increases to 21. Mm-hmm. So it'd become a +5 if it wasn't already.
Okay, so assuming then that he has something pretty weighty, yeah, that's probably better saved elsewhere.
Let's not get too number crunchy because you won't have access to these stats.
I know, yeah.
What does potion of Gaseous Form do?
It turns you into a gas.
I mean, do you have control over when you turn back?
Yeah.
Or do you just turn and then it's up to...
Roll me an Arcana check.
5.
You don't know.
I have an idea.
What was
I
your
want to say
idea?
sorry.
It's not an idea,
I want to
Radiant.
go shopping.
All these boys need is necklaces.
If we're intent on splitting up, then half of us stay behind and half of us go and deliver this bag. Everyone knows that I'm pretty reckless. I flip-flop, I don't even know what I'm thinking. So, I'll go with Dolly. She could have easily convinced me. You can hide wherever you want to hide, but you two stay behind. Your skills complement each other brilliantly. You protect your family, you defected. We go, we offer the bag. We say we are ruthless and all we care about is doing what is right for the web. If you want to put the big guy in the bag, let's go.
I think it's the quickest way of getting big damage into battle.
But we will have very little time before he suffers. Mm-hmm. So we have to do this quickly.
Mm-hmm. Dolly, don't let anything happen to my brother.
I won't. Promise.
I worry about staying behind. Much of what I can do has a physical limit.
Okay, fine. Then you go with Dolly. I stay behind.
Fine.
What do you mean a physical limit?
I can only cast certain things so far away from me.
There's use for you here. I mean, you're a protector. That's what you do.
Yes, but I can't cure you from the battlements.
I cure myself.
But is the idea to...
I think we need a healer. Someone who can heal in both parties.
This is true. And is the idea to distract here, and once the distraction begins here, to move out into the combats anyway?
You'll be in the thick of it with me soon enough.
To stay behind is to still enter combat, but from another side.
Agreed.
You can still get the big one in the bag. I'm not.
Wills you help me with the convincing of the big man?
As if I haven't done enough for you today. Sure, why not?
Kindly. Thank you.
Great, we're agreed. Right, now we need to empty this bag and give it out. The whole point is helping these people, so let's start distributing.
Okay. Someone else can do it. I'm sick of the sight of that thing.
Fine.
So, Endelian, you take the bag of holding from Dolly. And you heading out the stable, your plan's made?
I still need to reply to the message.
You still need to reply to the message, so
Is that message? And we reply.
you don't even know about it. Do you?
I haven't told them. I can tell them.
Oh,
I mean, I have told you that they've messaged me.
You don't know mechanically how those messages are coming through, I don't think. Or maybe did we mention the sending stone?
Sending stone.
Okay, so yeah. But I don't think, I think it's fair to assume that I has never come across a sending stone and wouldn't know how it functioned.
Okay, well, I can bring it out. This is how I've been talking with them.
we needs to find a reason to get them the furthest away they can be, do we? So that they is as unsuspecting of the attacks from behind.
We need to draw their attention, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
I have big spells. Okay, so you've been communicating with him through that.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
You have 25 words.
I mean, what they've said to me is that the Gloam are still waiting the supplies. We have until morning. Threatened not to make an enemy out of them. Yeah, I guess we just play along for now.
If we is spinning the story that some has stayed and some has gone, we need to know how we got out and how they lets us get out. Does we?
I'm going to say there's no reason why the Gloam would have recognized your faces on the battlements.
I'm more thinking the idea of spinning a story to someone and saying them, and then the Gloam being like, okay, well, how did they let you leave with the bag? If you've already said the Gloam, we're here to deliver this to the Gloam and the party split, Endelian would not let us go with the
We
bag.
snuck out.
That's what I mean, yeah. I'm trying to say we need to find a way of convincing
We'll
them
just
that
say we snuck out.
We're quite sneaky.
I have high stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would be my plan. We sneak out just before light. We make our way there with the big guy in the bag or the big guy not in the bag. It doesn't really matter. We go and we distract them. We distract them for as long as we can. We spin a story, we make it elaborate, we make it convincing, and then we strike. We will be very, very vulnerable. How do we communicate to let them know? We just make a big noise?
Message.
Message is 120 feet and I need to be able to see you.
Depends where you are in Mouse. Pretty good line of sight to the castle.
If you're on the
120
battle,
feet is 30 yards. It's not
Yeah.
very far at all.
And I gets the feeling Big Man will not leave the bag quietly.
Firebolt.
Kylan doesn't do anything quietly.
I gets the feeling Big Man will make big noise.
120 feet is 40 yards, I apologize.
It's not very far.
Shit, one of your...
Yeah. Okay, what'll happen is you'll get a signal. I will shoot a firebolt up in the air.
Fine. We'll wait for a fireball.
I think's I is coming out with you, but hidden.
Whatever you want to do.
Makes sense. Okay, I think we have a plan. So how are we feeling?
Likes I need to sleep.
One of you needs to convince the big boy to go in the bag. I'll convince the big boy to go in the bag.
I don't think you will.
I'll ask him nicely.
I will join you with this.
Dolly, do you want to help them?
Sure. Okay.
They're gonna need.
Okay.
Yeah.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Guess I'm...
We're in for a big guy in a bag.
So who's going where?
I guess we'll go...
To Kylan.
To Kylan.
Can I ask, when we open the bag, what's in the bag?
The bag is full. The bag is full of... it has 20 spears, 20 bows, 20 swords, 10 suits of leather armor, 500 arrows, 100 days worth of rations, and 8 healer's kits.
So the kits can be used overnight. Can they be used in combat, or they be used, to create?
No, so a healer's kit allows you to stabilize a creature at 0 HP. So it doesn't... Healer's kits prevent death. They don't replenish HP.
Great.
Let me just check I'm saying that absolutely correctly. It has 10 uses as an action. You can expend 1 use of the kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 HP without needing to make a medicine check.
I looked down at the stuff that's in there and says, I has no ways with these and no ways to teach. And picks up a longbow and goes, is far too big for I. So there is nothing I can do here. So I will go to speak with Kylan.
Good luck.
Okay.
You was coming?
I don't think it needs 3 of us to convince a person to go into the bag.
Yours will be helpful. You has a way with words.
Okay, so Dolly and I, you head out of the stable and you see that still up on the battlements are some of the Grenweirds.
Can I say, we've tipped out the bag, carrying the bag with.
Sure. To be honest, okay, sure. Still up on the battlements are some of the Grenweirds. Kylan stood next to Eden, and you can see that they are illuminated by this kind of red glow. You can see their silhouettes, and their silhouettes are unmistakable. Eden is like 6 foot. Eden's a big guy. Kylan is like 6'8", 6'9". Like Kylan is silly big, and these great big shoulders, and you can see the kind of fur sticking out on the shoulders of his cloak. And you mount the steps towards them, and you see that the 2 of them are sort of staring out over these still burning fires. The figures have now disappeared into the darkness, and the houses and the brewery are beyond.
I thinks we speaks to him in front of them, and we plays with his bravado.
I think he's got enough bravado to go around, and we should probably save that for tomorrow. Don't worry about it, you know? This is how I like to do these things. We just we roll in, we just have a little powwow and feel them out, tell them what they need to hear. It's fine.
Powwow.
We'll explain some other time. We're going to approach the brothers.
Eden sort of sees your approach before Kylan does, and sort of nods at you. Gives you a sort of a tight smile. You can feel his mind is somewhere else.
Dolly's going to extend her hand, because she didn't before, and take his hand if he's willing.
Absolutely.
We got off on a rough start before. Dolly de Winter. We've come up with a little bit of a different plan. Essentially, it's within our power to create a distraction tomorrow morning, draw them out. Don't ask me how, but we're going to approach them head on. And we maybe have a plan that you might be able to help with.
And Kylan just sort of looks down at you.
How would you like to get up close and personal with these guys? And I mean really up close and personal.
Roll me an insight check.
That is, I believe, 18.
Okay. There's a little sparkle in his eyes. Could be the fire, not the fire. He's tried, like, his expression doesn't change, but there's like a glimmer, and he's looks to Eden and says, probably where I do my best work.
Not gonna lie, it's gonna be dangerous. There's only gonna be a few of us there, because that's the only way we can get close enough. But if it all goes off without a hitch, you get to do what it is I'm assuming you're really good at with that axe.
Keep talking.
Okay, so, the bag.
That's too small.
That's where you're wrong. We brought a lot of supplies in this bag. They're already being distributed. So, it's currently empty.
You want me to get in a bag?
Sure. Unless you're scared.
Roll me persuasion.
Bravado. This is not bravado.
Persuasion, you say?
Yeah.
27.
I'm not scared of the dark, if that's what you're implying. I'm not scared of nothing.
It just sounded like maybe. I mean, look. If it's a bit too much bravado for you, that's okay.
Well, no, two of us are going in together, are we? Looks at Eden.
You can. I mean, we'll have to get you there a little bit faster if that's the case. But
I'm not leaving him. That's my job. I keep him safe.
This will give us less time.
yes, I know. But it would be even more beneficial in the long run.
We does not need much time. We just needs to get it close.
Okay. If you're both happy with that.
Run this by me. What? I need to lead my men.
Right.
I don't think it would do a lot of good
If they see you leave the
on the eve of
battlefield.
battle if I disappear into a bag.
You has one new addition. Re-addition to the tribe.
And we lose its two truest warriors.
But you get the two truest first into battle. And the others will be watching.
Roll me persuasion with disadvantage.
That is a 15.
My place is at the front of the charge. My place is beside those that I've trained. But if my brother wishes, he could go with you. And Kylen looks troubled, immediately worried about the prospect of... And you remember when you first met them, he's guarding his brother so his brother can sleep. Kylen looks uncomfortable with the prospect of leaving Eden behind. And I'm going to have Eden roll. Eden looks at Kylen and says, I will be fine, and you will be fine. He has a +6 to persuasion. We'll call this a DC 15. I'll roll in front of the table. So he needs a 9 or higher, and then he'll go with you. That's a 5. Kylen says, my place is by your side, brother. And he sort of shrugs and says, well, we need each other.
It's worth a shot. Look, we don't need anything in the bag. We just need the bag.
But we gets right up close to the leader. We has the strongest and the biggest.
Well, his place is with his family.
You says about leading the fight. There is nothing more leading the fight than the first blow.
My mind is made up, friend. My family have held this castle for 300 years. I have only recently ascended to leadership since my own father left on a mission of great importance to the survival not only of our people but of the world. I would not now, at a time when they need a figurehead most, be gone, disappear. If they're going to die, and he sort of gestures down to the training ground where Kellen is kind of talking these militia through. And you can see when I say militia, these are like, if Paddy wasn't on the road, this would be Paddy. These would be like the butchers and bakers and candlestick makers of Mouse. He says, at the time when they need a figurehead most, I cannot be anywhere other than by their side and in their sights as they step out to face a foe they do not fully understand.
Is foolish of us to launch a trap and has all the fighters on one side. We need an Endelian.
Let's think it over. I mean, look, maybe there's something else we can put in the bag, you know? Let's, it's only half formed right now. We got a little bit of time. Thank you for time. Let's go.
back down in the stable, and Delian and Kellen, Radiant, what have you been doing during this time?
I suppose for us, just sorting out kind of everything that's here.
Yeah.
Arming people who don't know what they're doing with swords and bows, which seems completely ridiculous.
I would like to slip off, if possible.
Okay.
I'd like to snake away. Whilst they're busying themselves.
Yep.
And I'd like to go and look for Lesotho. If that's all right.
Yep, absolutely.
Please not my mum. Please leave my mum alone.
Simply or not.
So you roll me an investigation check.
That's a 17.
A 17. You find Lesotho, as soon as you go out the stable, you actually see that Lesotho is stood alone in one of the towers. The tower where you met Eden and Kylan. She's up there, looking out.
Great. I'd like to move towards her, please.
Up you go and meet her at the top.
I don't believe we've ever had the opportunity to really meet before.
No, not properly, no.
My name is Radian. I'm a friend now of your daughter. She's a good woman.
Yes, she is.
When she first arrived, I noticed that you didn't really show much affection towards her when she returned. Why?
Roll me persuasion.
9.
Okay. It's such a direct question and such an intrusive question that despite her, that it almost catches her off guard for a moment. And she looks offended and then baffled and then composes her face and says, well, we are who we are. I'm too long in the tooth to go changing now.
Do you love her?
She looks at you and her eyes bore into yours and she says, she's my only girl.
I apologize if I'm very direct with my questioning.
It's no bad thing. People don't often enough say what they actually mean.
Well, it sometimes gets me into a lot of trouble.
I can imagine.
It's just when I returned home from a long period away, my mother was not kind to me either. And I never got the opportunity to ask her why she was angry at me, and I just thought maybe I could ask you.
I see. Well, I don't know your mother, but I will say for my own part, losing a child, believing you have lost a child, is a wound that never heals. And every time her name has been mentioned in these past years, that wound has opened and festered more. And in the moment that you see her after all this time, it's like everything breaks before it can heal. Have you ever tried to reset a bone?
No.
Sometimes a broken bone heals badly and it has to be broken again before it can be made whole. That's what it feels like when your child comes back.
When I look at myself in a reflection, I see someone that I don't recognize. I know that I've felt pain in my life, and yet I don't know why. I look at my body. It has been changed, and I don't know why, and I don't know how. And that scares me. I don't really know how to feel or what to feel most of the time. And I wish that I could feel the love that your family feels for each other. I returned home to my family and they did not treat me with love. And I want to say thank you for showing that to me, that is possible.
She takes the smallest of steps towards you. Roll me a perception check.
12.
Okay, it's like she goes to... There's a moment where you think she's going to reach out and touch your hand, and then as the hand comes up, it pulls back, and she just brushes an invisible speck of dust from her robes. And she says, "You've been through a lot, sweetheart."
Whatever happens tomorrow, I know you're putting a lot on the line, and you've just met me, you've just met us, but I will do everything to protect your family, because I wasn't able to protect mine.
And they will do everything they can to protect you. Now listen, you should eat something. Go away. Go to your bed.
Okay.
If you need water in the night, you go and get yourself some. If you need any food, go and get yourself some. You'll have your strength.
Radiant goes to hug her.
Okay. Describe how.
It's awkward.
Yeah.
It's incredibly awkward. It's like it's a thrusting, almost impulsive motion.
Yeah.
That is not even understood. It's immediate and it's quite.
And as you do that, her arms are sort of pinned to her sides, and you feel her whole body sort of tense. And then as you hold onto her, you feel her hand come up and just tap you a few times on your back, very lightly. And she says, "Right, well, there we are. You're very strange. And I'm glad you're with my daughter."
I am too.
Right.
I'll let go of you now. I'm so sorry. And I leave.
And you leave her staring out over the battlefield that is yet to come. Kellen and Delian.
I don't know that I have anything to teach to anyone.
I don't know. You're an incredible healer. That could be really useful. There's kits here. People are going to need to know how to use them.
Kelly, so you want to kind of try and use some time to figure out if you can help revitalize or give health to people?
Well, I was thinking about that. I think what I would like to do, I think the only thing I can do is teach the people who are in the castle basic first aid. Basic first aid.
Okay, I've got an idea.
What's the song that you do the compressions to?
Staying Alive by the Beatles.
It's changed, actually. It's changed.
Yeah,
The rhythm is wrong. I can't remember what it is, but it has changed. That is no longer the correct rhythm because we've changed the 30-1 ratio.
Oh.
And also, the new ratio, someone worked out the other day that Chapel Roan Hot to Go is the perfect. It is H-O-T-T.
Yeah, it's changed. Sorry. Just putting that out.
I tell you what you could do, Cal. In your travels among the forests and your travels across Reliquiae, you have come across, unless you're already stocking this, you have come across berries. Great, you're not stocking this. You've come across berries that grow in forests that, if you look with the right eye, have restorative properties. They look very similar to berries on things like mistletoe, and therefore, by incorrectly identifying them, if you get it wrong, you can die. But your knowledge would allow you to identify the correct ones. Now, this is the most well-stocked pantry you would have ever been near. What I would say is, if you go and scour the kitchens and the pantries and the storerooms, perhaps you could find these berries. And what I'll do is I'll allow on a DC 15 nature or medicine, you can find these berries if that's what you want. And mechanically, they will function like the spell Goodberry, where you can create 10 up to 10 berries. So I'll have you roll a d10, and they restore 1 HP each. So effectively, if someone is down, you can put a berry in their mouth and they come back with 1 HP.
Well, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay. So, you would know in Delian, as Kelnis shares this idea with you, that Wilder would be the person to speak to, the cook. And he could probably be found in the main kitchen on the ground floor.
I have this idea.
Come on, I think I know who we should speak to. Let me take you downstairs to the kitchens.
So you go into the kitchens, and there is a halfling there with a big sort of green bandana. Always has a green bandana sort of tied to keep the sweat out of his from running down his face as he toils away preparing food for the families. He's been there your whole life in Delhi, and he would have, as grumpy as he is, he would have snuck you treats if you looked at him the right way. And he is, just as you remember, tufts of unkempt brown hair that are sort of, even when he takes the bandana off, they're sticking up because they've kind of got frozen there over time. He has a dirty cloth, a filthy looking cloth tucked into an apron that is immaculately clean. And he's kind of scrubbing away at things, peeling potatoes. And as you walk in Delian, he looks up and says, "Well, he told me you were here." Keeps peeling his potatoes.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm certainly not hungry since I've been home. We need your help with something.
Right. Why don't you say the word?
I'm looking for a particular kind of berry that may be in your pantry.
Right, very well. Well, I can come back to the... right, you two! And shouts to a couple of sort of cooks and kitchen hands. Get peeling, put them in water, don't want them going black. Come with me. And turns on his heel. And he leads you down into the pantries. And in the basement where you first came in these cellars, there's all kinds of different stores. And there's rooms that you kind of could get the aromas of before. There's the bread ovens are down here. And places where game is cured and salted and smoked. And so it's these kind of rich, dark, woody smells of the forest, smells that, despite you being so far from your home, kind of remind you almost of nights like, cooking a haunch of venison over slightly damp coals sheltering under, slightly damp embers sheltering under trees. And he leads you into the pantry, which is just this really well-stocked, full of shelves, full of like glass jars, and things wrapped in cloth. Roll me investigation or nature. I'll tell you what, actually. I will have... on the way down, I'll say you've tried to explain this to Wilder, and if he's familiar with these berries, he can give you advantage on the roll, but he'll need to beat his own DC. I'll say the DC for him to be familiar with these berries, they're quite unusual to know about them. Let's say it's a DC 14, and he would have a +4, so he needs to roll a 10 or higher. I'll roll in front of the table. Oh, that was a long way. That's a 17. So he says, right, yeah, I know the ones you mean, sort of little blood-coloured ones. And that's exactly describing the berries that you remember. So you can roll either nature or medicine with advantage. You have to beat a 15.
Rolling medicine.
With advantage.
With advantage.
Oh, with
Why
advantage.
doesn't take the highest?
Well, that's better. 19.
19. Absolutely. In that case, roll me a D...
100.
Yeah. roll me a D10. 4. You find 4 of these berries, 4 good berries. As he gets them down, he says, it's a bloody long time since I needed anything like this. And you can see that they're like super dried, really, really dried at this point. Like they're probably gonna, like you've had a good berry once or twice and they have this quite, if they're fresh, they have a beautiful sweetness. If they're sour, if they're like old, you're not sure whether or not you're genuinely healed by them or whether they're so sour they just jumpstart your heart. And these look like the latter, just they're gonna have this crazy astringency to them, but you now have added to your things that you've got 4 berries that can restore 1 HP.
Cool.
And as an action, you can feed them to another creature.
Can we call them kelberries?
You can absolutely call them kelberries. Endelian, what would you like to do?
I think for Endelian, the last couple of hours have been pretty intense, especially I think there was no time to really think about the letter that she read, because we ran straight up to the battlements and it's been pretty intense since then. I think the only person she'd want to speak to is Eden, but this also doesn't feel like the right time.
Okay.
So I think I'm actually just gonna... I actually want to go up to the one room I haven't been to, and it was something that you said about how we never ever go up to the second floor. Never go up to our parents'. There's an observatory up there.
Yep.
And I would just like to go up there.
Okay. You make your way all the way up to the first through the first floor, through the second floor, and it's that feeling when you can't quite shake that feeling of being in a sort of band area, that there's something quite sort of badly behaved about what you're doing.
Like I'd only ever go up there if we've done something and we're lined up and we're being told off.
Yeah. And you reach the you go through your parents' chambers, and you go into there's a sort of roof terrace, and then there's your father's observatory, which has this glass ceiling. And you remember the very, very rare occasions you were allowed up there. It was, sometimes there would be sort of meteor showers. And your father was a great lover of, or is a great lover of, like, whichever astrology or astronomy is, which is about the prediction of the movements rather than how they relate to feelings and personality types. He's the logical-driven one of those. Astronomy.
Astrology is all the zodiac stuff that the girls with the nose like.
So he was very into
Very valid.
he was very into astronomy, and occasionally he would bring all of you up, or sometimes just Torian would be allowed to go up. And it would be when there was going to be a particularly beautiful or remarkable event. And you remember seeing colourful streaks of light. You saw your first shooting stars up here. There was one time when he brought you all up because there was just a red glow around one of the far-off planets.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where Endelian got that sense of adventure from. That then it's bigger. The world is so much bigger, and that it has to be explored. And I guess Endelian's not really looking for anything up here. I'm not trying to investigate anything. It is just, it is quiet, and this is probably the quietest moment I've had since I've arrived. Even though we haven't said a lot, it's been so intense that I think this is the only moment of silence that she's actually had to really think about anything. And I think that's honestly, while you lot were running around, that's all she wants to do. She just wants to look at the stars.
In her heart of hearts, and this is me sort of asking Hollie about Endelian, would Endelian want company, or in her heart of hearts, would she truly like to be alone?
It would depend on the company.
Roll me a luck check.
It's a 3.
Okay. No one comes up. And you're alone.
Absolutely fine.
And gradually, as you sit up here, and you kind of almost lose track of time, the red glow that's staining the sky from the fire starts to fade, and you realise that the fires must be dwindling far off below you. And you stare at the stars. Dolly and I, is there anything else that you would like to do?
If there's a moment at all when, like, the people preparing for tomorrow are all together, or if we're all together, or the brothers are all together, I would like to say some things to everyone.
So, I'm going to take it as read, although we haven't specifically had the moment that you've given the bag to someone? Have you not done that yet? Have we given out weapons and armor?
I've
And
got the
you've still got it. Sorry, the supplies that you took out of that bag.
Everything was in the courtyard, and actually it was what we
You
were
placed
sorting
you-
before Radiant slipped off.
Great.
So for me, I feel like we've finished.
It's been so. When you get what you see down in the courtyard is the Grenweir brothers. There are like 6 people that they could get to kind of train up in this very short period of time. They're putting leather armor on them. You see actually that Kellen and Eden are trying suits of leather armor on. And Kylen is trying to teach some of them to use short swords. Kellen is again explaining longbows to them. But there's all the Grenweir brothers are there, and the militia are there, Donnie.
Are any of these guys here as well? Or
Where have we? So I would say Indelian isn't, but I would say the others can certainly be nearby.
If you want to be. Yeah, because I'm just like, I think like this has been Dolly's terrified. Like this is the farthest out of bounds she's ever stepped with regards to the web since she found herself caught in it, and whatever is going on with the Gloam is like, has no idea. Like this is so much bigger than all of us, and it always has been. So like I think if you guys are around, she's just gonna like kind of almost talking to herself out loud, but wanting to get it out a little bit. She's like, the Gloam and the web are aligned now, and we have no idea what that means and what's gonna happen to them, to us, to these people. But they called us flies. We're not flies. And we're not spiders either. We're the wind that shakes the foundation of the web. We're the sun that lights up every strand of it when it breaks. We're the rain that tears it apart. A web is only strong when you're caught in it and when you're struggling. We're free now. And that's gotta mean something. Let's take it down. Let's tear it apart.
Eyes in. Big stick.
What happens after this?
You're asking the wrong person. I have no idea what happens after this.
It only works if we stick together. We're going to be scared. We are going to be terrified.
She's gonna pull a seashell necklace underneath her armor.
I does the same.
We're together on this.
Okay. And let's shake the foundation.
I'm going to say, just for fun, just for flavour, this kind of, and even though Indelian wasn't here, I'm going to let Indelian feel the benefit of it too. This first kind of pledge you make to one another, this first time that you decide under your own steam, without the guiding hand of the spinner or the spider prince, the first time you decide to unite and to fight for one another, gives you advantage on your first saving throw against charmed or frightened.
I need you to hear out this plan. I knows tactics. This is the kobold way. It has to be tactics, or it does not work. And this plan lacks one thing. You do not cause a distraction and attacks with peoples that needs to be out of combat. If you is waiting for reinforcement, surprise flank, you need someone who is able to be in the combat and stops the people you is attacking from just turnings around. We needs to be out of combat. We need something there.
I can fight. I can fight.
I think it is not right to have all 3 main warriors back on one side. We needs one. We needs one.
I go straight over to to eye. I hold him on the shoulder and I look you directly in the eye. And you see my hand, and you see this ball of fire. And it gets larger, and it gets larger, and it gets larger and larger. I will kill every single one of them if I have to. We are in this together.
The strategy is flawed. We need something. So I is going to say, is there anything here? A barrel, oil, something. You has fire. This bag is going to be close.
So you say we make a bomb?
If we can get a barrel, and you can use your fire, next to is something. But right now, we has 3 people who is not ready for close combats.
Okay, so you're saying we gather as much explosive stuff as we possibly can and we put it inside the bag.
Boom.
There wouldn't be any explosive stuff, but there would be, there is a wine cellar, there would be animal fat, there would be pitch, there would be a variety of things that would allow you to essentially fill a bag, fill a crate, fill something with something explosive that could be targeted and ignited. That's absolutely possible.
The question is, do we hit the bag? Or does we try to, is the bag useful? Does we say the bag is gone?
I don't think we need to overthink it. Like, if it gets us out alive, let's do it.
Boom goes the bag.
Okay.
So I would like to go and investigate and gather together what essentially would go to make up a bomb.
Let me do some maths in my head. Roll me a DC and bear with, roll me an investigation check.
13.
Okay. You find enough to create something that will do 5d8's worth of fire damage when ignited. It's not as powerful as a fireball spell, because you weren't able to find enough stuff to really stack it, but something that when detonated could do 5d8's worth of fire damage in a 30-foot radius when ignited.
Like a cantrip, do you know what I mean? A firebolt doesn't need to be a fireball, so it saves a spell.
Well, I've got a cantrip, so it's fine.
Yeah.
We've all got it. We can ignite it. It's fine.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so
I need to have a little look at the way in which the bag of holding functions. What I'm going to say is you couldn't fire it at the bag and explode the bag while it's still in there.
Yep.
So it would have to be something that was being held by someone, or it would have to be placed next to someone, this potentially explosive device itself, rather than just you put the bag near it and you shoot the bag of holding.
what do we have to done with precision? So would it have to...
You'd have to beat the AC of the item, and I would say, I'd call an AC based on how far away you are from it, whether there are people in the way. That would be quite a fluid thing.
Cool. Cool. Great.
Amazing.
While you go off and do that, I would like to go and speak to Kellen and ask if he has any traps as a ranger. If this household, things that they use for...
Yeah, you approach him. He's kind of still trying to coach these now leather armored
That looks
warriors.
very good.
I reckon if we'd had longer, we'd have a half decent army here. But we don't. So
If you had years, you has the children. So.
that's true. That's true. The next generation. What can I do for you?
I is wanting maybe some traps. You has them. Hunting
I have some animal snares.
works for I.
Yeah, animal snares. I can give you those, and he takes he's got he has let's have a little look at these. So I'm going to use the Xanathar's Guide to Everything idea, which would be this is a spell, so I'll kind of I'll sort of nerf it a little bit. You can sort of create a little 5-foot twisty cord thing, and they'll have to be a relatively low, because these are meant to trap animals, so to trap a human, it will be a relatively low DC. Let's say it's a DC 11 dex save. But if they are caught by it and they trigger that trap, they will have they won't be able to take movement until they take an action to remove that trap from them.
As it's a simple cord, would it take an entire action or a bonus action?
Nah, take an action.
Okay, cool.
Take an action.
Cool. Great.
I don't even know who I'm with anymore.
You're with...
Am I?
You're probably still raiding the kitchen, quite frankly.
Sorry, what are you
mean in the
asking?
attack?
Are you asking in the attack, or are you asking right now? Where are you?
Where I am right now.
So I think you've come up from sorting out your good berries, and I described everyone other than Endelian being sort of in the courtyard at this point.
I just have this thought. I could voice it aloud. Can we reanimate the golem?
No, you saw it crumble to dust. I'm a professional dungeon master. It was powered by a dragon chest set, which has now been taken out of it.
I have a dragon chest set.
Not this one, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how you make one. You don't take the common item, a dragon chest set, and you create a challenge rating 11
Why not?
stone golem.
Dungeons and Dragons. We can do anything.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're kind of... I still need to reply to the message. But I'll do that, whenever everything's...
Yeah. Well, so is there anything else that people want to do? We can all... I mean, essentially, you can all do something to sort of help with preparations for the battle tomorrow. Essentially, I has now, got snares, and I'm going to say that bomb is yours and Radian's, where you've tried to tip the scales in your favour. Kelnis has got good berries. There's something potentially Endelian can do, and Dolly, you've given people advantage on a charmed or frightened. So obviously you can continue to have conversations and all that sort of stuff. But in terms of mechanically, the only person who could kind of put their thumb on the scales now would be Endelian, but she's currently looking at the stars, like Chris Martin.
Sorry.
I'm kind of inspired by this bomb idea, though. Is there, when I see them bringing up whatever they've brought up, is there enough stuff to make balls of pitch? Or something that is flammable that could be thrown that would then stick?
They used it all up.
They used it all
Oh
up?
yeah, you put everything you found in the bomb. I'm afraid.
Okay.
And also you've got your good berries.
Yeah.
You can't have more. You can't have. You've got your goodies. You've got your
But it's
goodies.
4 deaths you
that's true.
That's the point.
Yeah.
A good berry as giving someone health is useless, but a good berry as stopping someone dying is incredibly useful.
Calberries.
Calvaries.
Roll perception, Endelian.
Oh, I'm running like shit. 3.
You're still just in this.
6. It's a 6, but it doesn't make any difference. Sorry.
yeah,
It's Alex yesterday.
You're just
Now
getting it
it's
all out
5.
before the battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really...
Sometimes people
sorry.
roll their ones out before the session. You're just rolling all your bad rolls out
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
the battle. Is there anything that you'd like to do? You're kind of...
Yeah, no, I think I do want to go and find Eden because I feel like that letter especially, I think I've got a lot to apologise for.
Okay. You head down and you find Eden, where everyone is. Eden is showing kind of swordcraft, teaching swordcraft to these kind of 2 earliest looking militiamen who he's going to have come out as part of a sort of frontal assault.
So I think if they're kind of in that training area, I'm going to sort of sit on the fence and sort of watch them maybe shout some not so useful things.
Okay. So as they're trying to train, you're sort of negging Eden from the sidelines, and he looks up and smiles and says, "Well, Aoife, if you're so clever, why don't you get in here yourself?"
Absolutely.
Okay. So roll initiative against Eden. Let's see who goes first as you have this little
19.
spar. Yeah.
Save it for the battle.
You get a jump on him. He gets a 16. He draws this kind of slightly.
Initiative, it's +2.
Oh, a 21.
You draw this kind of curved he has this sort of curved short sword, slight curve to the blade. It's the sort of your father's equivalent of your mother's sword. And as he kind of draws slightly elaborately, and you draw in a much more functional way, the sword of House Airfen. And he goes, all right, I see you. Let's have your best shot.
It's not great. It is 11.
An 11. You whip at him with your short sword, and he just darts out the way and goes, don't be ridiculous. Come on, you can do better than that. I thought you would have improved. You've had 8.5 years.
8.5 years of trying to survive rather than spending 8.5 years trapped inside this place.
Roll your second attack. Have another little swing at him.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You, using the flat of the blade, crack him in the side, and then he goes, whoa, all right.
Sorry, just trying to get rid of that moustache.
You hear one of the militia stifle a laugh, and Eden's head snaps towards them, and he suddenly looks very much like he's trying to be a statesman and can't quite make it work because you can see his head is like ringing from the impact of the blow. You have your dagger attack.
That is a 28.
That hits. As he's looking away, he comes back, and you've already nipped in and cut cut a fastening of his cloak with the dagger, and he kind of goes to reach to pick it up. And he says, all right then. All right, let's see, shall we? And he rolls a 16 to hit with his just hits. So he clangs it into your breastplate, and it's there's something about it that's like annoying. It's frustrating. There was something that I don't know whether you can't figure out whether it's because there was like a cockiness to it or whether he's just used it in just the right way, but it vexes you. And then he's going to roll his next one with advantage. He moves in incredibly quickly, and that's a 19 to hit. Cracks you with it again, and then he rolls a nat 20. As he clang into your breastplate, you can feel like almost like a Kylen level of rage and frustration building in you. And then he slips the pot, he flicks his dagger around in his hand, and with the pommel goes in at the side and gives you like a little kidney dig with the blunt end of the dagger. And he's just moved in such a way as you've never seen. He's got that dagger, you didn't even see the dagger coming. And then he nips back away from you. And you go to swing, and he's already gone.
So you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Apparently so. Next time you land an attack on him, you'll gain access to these mechanics. It's your turn.
It is a 28.
28. So you steady yourself, you control your breathing, you manage to calm down from that frustration that you were feeling. And you, following his movements, sort of he's wearing leather armor, so you sort of slap your first shot into his ribs with the flat of your blade, and you see that, you recognize that same frustration, that same vexation in his eyes that you've kind of felt filling you as he attacked. Take your next attack with advantage using the vex quality of your short sword.
That is a 14.
A 14 just hits. And again, slap it into his chest. And he locks eyes with you, and he locks eyes with a sense of frustration and absolute delight that you've picked it up so quickly. Roll your dagger attack with advantage.
That is a 15.
A 15, again, it hits. And you dig your dagger into him using the nick property. So these are essentially mechanics from what is out today, right?
Yes.
In real time, the new 2024 Player's Handbook, the Weapon Mastery feature.
It was very satisfying.
Very cool.
So Endelian now can make use of Weapon Mastery after a couple of digs with her brother. And he, at the end of your attacks, puts his hands up and goes, all right, you've got me, Lady of the Grenweir house.
Ugh, don't call me that. You know I hate being called that.
Well, you are a young lady of the Grenweir house, and it would be terribly disrespectful, particularly in front of these that follow us, for me to address you in anything other than the most proper terms.
Thank you very much. Eden, thank you. for everything. I'm sorry for what I did. I handed him the letter that our dad left on my bed. I really got it wrong, didn't I? Like, I really thought that I wouldn't have been able to change anything if I'd stayed, and I caused a lot of people that I love very, very much an awful lot of heartache, and I put that burden on you as well. You had to shoulder not just this house and the family while it fell apart, but I made you keep my secret. In the end, it was entirely pointless. I mean, I've had some good adventures, but I didn't need to run away from my family to have them in the end.
And all the bravado and all the sort of posturing is gone. And he looks at you. He looks at you how he would have looked at you when you were very young. There's probably best part of 10 years between you and Eden. And he looks at you in a way that doesn't make you feel like a child, but it makes you feel very safe. And it makes you feel like there's no shame in feeling things. And Eden was always able to make you feel that way. And he opens the letter, and you see him read it, and you see him swallow hard. And he hands the letter back to you, puts his hand on your shoulder, and he says, "The roots of the oak go deep, but the boughs are strong. I believed what you believed. You did nothing wrong. And I'll never find anything harder than how I found it to keep that secret. It's made me stronger. So thank you." And puts his arms around you and really brings you in for an embrace.
I do the same. Like, I think Eden is the one that taught Indelian to fight. So there's definitely, we don't pick favorites, but there's definitely something about their relationship that I think makes them really, really close.
And with that done, you see that the militia, having done their training, having familiarized themselves with their weapons, you've made your preparations. You start to have the opportunity, people are heading to their chambers, to their barracks to rest before the coming battle.
Indelian.
Radian.
Hi.
Hi.
Just before you go to bed, I wanted to tell you something. I've been thinking a lot, and I know earlier I said that I would come up with a name for you, and I've thought of one, if that's all right.
Okay.
I didn't want to share it in front of the group unless they kind of thought it was silly. I just thought I'd tell you.
Okay, well, what did you think it was?
I want to call you Pebble.
Pebble?
Yeah, it's,
I mean, I know what a pebble is.
No, I know. I'm not great. So anyway, when I woke up on the shores of this lake, I didn't know who I was. I felt a slap on my face. It was my brother waking me up, telling me that I'd been away for a very long period of time and that I was in trouble. But I was in this daze. I didn't know where I was, and I didn't know what to do, and I felt immense pain. I was in a trance, essentially. And I could hear him talking to me, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. It was just noise. And then I felt a pebble bashed against my head. And suddenly I was out of it. Suddenly I could hear him instantly. Suddenly the world was awake to me for the first time. Because he'd just thrown a pebble at my head. And I want to call you Pebble because I think up until now, I think I was not really awake. And I feel like being here with you, being here with your family, I feel awake for the first time in a long time. And I want to thank you for that. My family are one of the most incredible groups I've
ever met, and I've met so many people. They are all of the best parts of me, and sometimes I'm not sure there's even that many best parts to me. You've done a lot to help the family that I care about, and I know tomorrow you'll do absolutely anything you can to help the family I care about.
Do you like the name?
It's a nice name.
You don't have to tell anyone, and I won't. If you don't like it, I won't call you that, but I just wanted to let you know.
Maybe it's a name that we'll just use. Just our nickname.
Special name.
Special name.
Got it.
Thank you, Radio.
Thanks, Pebble.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Yeah, I think if everyone's kind of winding down for the night, gonna find a relatively quiet place. I'm not trying to be secretive or anything like that. I'm just been pacing a little bit. I'm gonna sit down. I think it's outside. I'm gonna take a minute and look up. Reach into my jacket. Take out a spoon with a peony handle. Take out a second spoon that's pretty good, but not as good maybe. Take out a daisy. And kind of just lightly touch everything. Smile a little bit. And take out a sanding stone. Hold it in my hand. And just go. The chapter is broken. I'll come at first light with the elf. The Gloam will get what it needs. The web is wide. Put it down. I'm not a fly.
And the five of you head up to Endelian's chambers. And you rest. And you wait just before first light. There's a knock on the door. Kylen opens it. Right, up you go. Breakfast. And he sort of throws a load of bread rolls, almost arbitrarily, into the room. Says, "Come on, time's a wasting."
Try and pick the bread roll off, literally. If I could get out of my room, kind of.
Get out of my room,
And try and lob a bread roll back.
roll me a ranged attack. Using your strength modifier, this bread roll has the thrown property.
With a strength modifier, that gives me a 16.
16 totally hits him. Clocks him in the side of the head. His facial expression doesn't change, but he slaps the door really hard. Tell me how you're going to set yourselves up.
Well,
My thinking is that I should have the bag if we are going to explode it eyes fast.
you're not, but you're sneaking. You can't be seen. I didn't tell them you were coming. So you can't take the bag.
I'll take the bag.
Yeah, you can, because I'll be with you.
Did you tell them he was coming?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Okay.
So, me and you.
Sneaky boy. How is you going to get away fast? You needs to run.
We'll head out. Do some talky, chatty. We're used to that.
Yeah. Pretty good at that.
You can hide from a distance, watch us. You prepare everyone here.
Yeah.
And we'll see on the other side.
We'll meet in the middle.
I like that.
Wait for the big bang.
So Endelian and Kelnis head downstairs where the militia are gathering. Four of the Eden's placed 4 archers on the walls, and he has 2 of the militia who are going to accompany you. They've made shields overnight out of the bottoms of barrels. They're not going to function as proper shields, but they'll at least give them a little bit more protection. And they wield short swords. And Torian holds a quarterstaff. All the boys have Grenweir daggers by their side, and you see that there is a little suit of leather armor on Dutti, who is next to Kellin, who has a crossbow. Kellin was given a crossbow on his 18th birthday. You remember It was a big deal because Kellen couldn't be trusted with anything. And your father had always thought that he wasn't quite stupid enough to fire a bow inside the castle, but he would be stupid enough to fire a crossbow inside the castle. And to his credit, Kellen never did. But none of you were allowed to touch this crossbow. And it's the first time you've seen it. Obviously since you left, but you would have seen it very, very few times. And unlike those arrows in the training area where all the fletching was imperfect, these bolts that you can see him counting the bolts, licks his thumb, kind of makes sure that each fletching is absolutely perfect. It's a level of care you've never seen him take with anything. Kylen, still bare-chested, leather straps across his chest, fur, has this great axe, which he's just sort of like limbering up. And Eden, his face is serious. His sword, his dagger. He calls up to the archers on the walls, and he says, "Should we fall, you are the only ones that can protect this fortress. Do not waste your arrows." And they look down and they nod. And you see that Lesota, your mother, and Isolde, your sister-in-law, have come down. Isolde goes to Eden, holds his face, kisses him, and he hugs her. And then Lesota just stands there, nods at all of you. Right, well, you've all eaten. While this is happening, Dolly, I, and Radian, you make your way down through the kitchens, through the cellar, and where you've escaped these, you passed these tests and challenges. Essentially, you're now just moving through the caves as Endelian would remember them as a child. They are just simply a network of caves. And they lead you past the waterfall that you were led behind, up into the tide tree. You move the stones that cover the entrance and pick your way through the Distal woods until you find yourself on the edge of those woods. Everybody, just the three of you, in fact, roll me stealth checks, please.
21.
21.
27.
27.
16.
16. So I and Radian, you're completely hidden. Dolly, as you're approaching, you see that there are these tents that have been pitched around the edge of the walls. You can assume by the gloam, you can see that the fires had been lit there, and you can see the now spent charcoal from those fires. And that there seems to be more things happening in the brewery than there are in either of the houses. There are first signs of life in the tents, and there are a couple of scouts placed on either side of the road that leads away from the castle, staring up at the walls, watching for anything should an attack come or should anything change.
I think we head to the brewery.
Mm-hmm.
We try to stay out in the open if we can. I don't think we want to be
I'm
out
not
of sight. You stay hidden. This way?
Let's go.
So you stay in the cover of the trees, and Radian and Dolly, you walk towards the brewery. And you would hear this, Cal and Endelian, from within the walls, and certainly the others of you who are outside the walls would hear it. Would hear a, "Someone's coming!" And you see the heads of the sentries snap towards you, and there's a bustle of activity in the brewery. And masked figures, grey cloaks, black gloves, start to emerge. Warriors, some with swords, some with shields.
Keep your
some with
weapons
bows.
sheathed if you want our help.
And you hear one of them sort of lean back into the brewery and say, "Said they've come to help." And the woman that you saw deliver the message last night emerges, dressed as she was before in a ragged grey dress. She stands a few feet from the door of the brewery. "In whose name are you here?"
Our common friend. The web is wide. The spinner sent me.
His eyes are as to the stars in the sky. Quickly, they gesture for you to head into the brewery.
All right.
Hey, don't get scared now.
You enter the brewery and there's tables and chairs. There's all the necessary accoutrements that would have been used in the process the functions that this building was made for. There's a set of stairs leading to a first floor, and these figures, these faceless, featureless, masked figures with expression only apparent in their eyes, are looking at you.
Why do they all wear masks?
You're asking them why they all wear masks.
There's the woman who's
She's wearing a mask too.
Why do you all wear masks?
We risk much. It is better if we... Those who wear masks, they have no future, they have no past, they have no families, they have nothing to lose, they have no connections, not even to one another. We serve something greater than us.
I have no skin in this game. Tell me more.
Roll me persuasion with disadvantage.
10.
You have not come here to chat, you have come here to deliver supplies.
Fair enough. It's only making conversation.
Quite, you have what we've requested.
Right here.
Well, she extends her hand.
Not yet.
She takes a step towards you, and you see arcane energy flickering at the edges of her fingertips, and she says, "You are not in a position to negotiate."
We wouldn't come all this way just to pull out an eye.
And yet you would come all this way to what? To engage in squabbling or sport or brinkmanship or negotiate some price that was not previously agreed on.
I'm not here to negotiate. Just here to chat. Just making conversation. It was very boring up at the castle, you might be able to tell. And if our goals are aligned now, it just seems to make sense that we know a little bit more about you. I've been sent direct from the Spider Prince himself, so a little bit of respect wouldn't go amiss.
You were in the castle?
Mm-hmm.
How did you escape?
We have ways. We have means. We allied ourselves for a little while, but now we're out. There's no going back in from where we came from because had to make ourselves known, and there was a disagreement in our chapter.
We're essentially fugitives now.
Roll me a deception check, Dolly.
Nope. 13.
And what of your companions? I was told there would be 5 of you.
They decided to stay behind.
So you have added to our enemy's ranks.
Yeah, but we also know how they fight, how they think. You think that I haven't stored that information away so that it'll be of benefit to me and my allies later on?
Tell me what I need to know.
No, that's not how this works. We just came here to deliver something, and you were very short with us, so I think I'll be short with you now.
13, was it? Roll me intimidation with disadvantage.
It's a 13 again.
Can I do the help action?
Not now, because she's rolled.
Okay.
She looks to these masked figures and says, "Should we ask him what he thinks?" And they nod. Take them upstairs, and they go to put their hands on you.
You like darkness? Try some. I'm going to cast darkness in the radius.
Okay? What is the radius of darkness?
quite scary. Darkness is, first of all, it's a 3rd level spell. No, it's not. It's a 2nd level spell. Where is it? There we go. The radius is 30 feet in a sphere.
In a sphere? Okay.
Because I know it's multi-level.
Yes. So I'm going to say you get the jump on them. It fills with magical darkness. There's no save, is there? They're just...
Yes.
Is there a save?
It must make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
No, wait, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong spell. Sorry, okay, so this is a 60-foot range. 60 foot by 15. And... No, sorry, 60 feet range, 15-foot radius.
Okay, so 15-foot radius,
Yeah.
okay? So it will certainly cover the entirety of this ground floor. And I don't see any reason why the ceilings in a conventional building would be any lower, any higher than 8 feet. So I'll say it, and to all intents and purposes, covers both floors.
Can I grab Radiant's hand while I do this?
Absolutely, you can do that.
Then, yeah, darkness fills the entire space.
Okay.
From outside in the trees, I, having learned this word, goes, fuck.
You just see black. And that's where we will pause. We'll have a little break, and when we come back, we're going to have a big old fight.
Oh, my God. Hi, I'm celebrated actor and all-round nice guy, Doug Cockle. Now, let's be real for a second. I know you all like me. It's impossible not to. My perfectly spherical head has been the gravitational center of your love, affection, and pungently scented fan mail and armpits occasionally for literally decades. But I know what you're really thinking. Doug Cockle? Really? That name is a bit risque, isn't it? Well, let me tell you this. It could be a lot worse. I mean, think about it. I could have been called literally anything else. For instance, Cock Dougley, Doug Dickley, Dung Cackle, Felicity Prolapse. I like that one, actually. That's a really good one. Or simply Ham. No one wants to be called Ham. Not anymore. There was a time when people couldn't get enough of the name. Ham this, Ham that. What a nice hat you're wearing, Ham. Why, thank you, Jambon. You see, it's not like it used to be. Those were good days. But here's my promise. If enough people donate to our Patreon, you can call me anything you want. Anything you damn well want. You can call me Doug, you can call me Dick, you can call me Doink, you can call me Doug Dick Doink. Heck, you can even call me your name. If it's a cool name, like Jet Engine or Missile Boy or... But maybe I'll call you Ham once in a while. Wouldn't that be nice? So sign up to our Patreon now for cool extra content and the chance to butcher my name the way it was meant to be, like a good ham. Patreon.com/natural6. Is that a full stop on there? You put a fucking full stop on there, man. What's wrong with you?
Welcome back. Some stuff's happened. Okay, so you've just cast darkness, Dolly, and the room that you're in plunged into sudden impenetrable black, and you reach a hand out for Radiant.
We gotta go. Let's go.
Run.
I'm gonna have one guard roll an attack, a melee attack of opportunity at you with disadvantage. No, let's save that for a moment. Okay. With disadvantage, that is a 12 at Radiant.
Oh, no, AC 13.
Right. So they slash at you, and you manage to bolt from the room. And yes, why don't we? Who would like to be mother and take the roof and that top floor?
So we have one.
Wow.
The whole thing is so ridiculous.
Now,
Sorry, microphone.
we are slightly limited by the dimensions of the room, so imagine rather than a divided space, a large space. And what happens is... Dolly de Winter... and
Radiant Thornblare.
Radiant Thornbear start to run out of the brewery.
And as we do that, I rip open the bag and I pull out. No, I drop, let's say. Let's have a look and see where we are.
Right by the doorway.
At the entrance to the door.
Yeah,
Actually, no, on the door.
On the side of the door,
yeah.
the sticky bomb that we have forged.
Okay.
The sticky bomb that we have forged
Yep.
on the edge of the door.
Yeah.
And then we get the hell out of there.
Okay. So you drop the bomb.
Yeah.
You're not igniting the bomb.
No.
Okay.
Dropping it on the floor, or
You drop it in the doorway. That's what you said, right? Or
On
you
the side of the door, literally
okay?
the entrance.
Where like a keypad would be.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a little bomb.
because it's sticky, right? So it'll be
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Covered
Yeah.
in tight, sticky
Yeah,
on the
we've
side
decided it's sticky, and it's stuck to the brick wall
Yeah.
of the brewery.
How much am I allowed to do in this action?
Tell me if you want to do something else, and I might let you.
I think what I'd like to do is No, let's make everyone come to us.
Okay.
Do we run? We run.
Okay.
Run.
Where do you run? You have 30 feet of movement. Radiant has a little more.
I think we want to come down the stairs
Okay.
and just maybe back up a little bit.
So we'll go.
Because I want to be in. I want like. I mean, we
15,
know where we
20.
left I, right? So
Yeah. So I'll say that's around 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that is what we're allowed to do.
Can I shout? Can I shout?
You can shout. Who are you shouting to?
I can see him now.
I's rolled a stealth check, so I would assume I
okay.
is hidden. In fact, a little present from Market Crafted Campaign.
And it is. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be in focus. It's like
Iridescent.
Iridescent. That's the word I'm looking for.
The camera there will be able to.
It's sparkly.
to get it.
It's iridescent like me.
Sparkly.
Sparkly.
Yeah.
Place it around my
But I know he's around, right?
You know he's around. You know you don't imagine he would have gone far. I think it's fair to assume that he wouldn't have abandoned his
to, to give advantage, it would be possible for us both to do it.
On what?
Just to shout.
The doorway lighted up.
Okay. Okay. You shout, I light it up, and from where you are, you can see this sticky.
Did you stick it on the inside, as in like
No,
on the
the-
archway of the doorway,
No, the
or
arch-
outside
The outside.
the building?
I'm gonna rule you can see it because technically you are somewhere off the map ever so slightly. There isn't a tree line on this grid that we're using, on this map that we're using. So we're gonna say that you could have positioned yourself in a space where you could have watched the door. It would have made complete sense for you to be watching the door as they went in.
My worry is if it's on the outside of the wall.
It's a
when I
30 foot.
think
It's a 15-foot radius.
Then I light it up. Then I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Okay, roll me an attack. It will be I'm going to say, because of the distance and the panic of it, I'm going to say, essentially it's an armor class of 12 that you have to beat with a ranged spell attack.
Okay. I mean, it's a 12 plus my 5.
Okay, so I fires a single firebolt from his outstretched clawed hand, and it sears through the early morning sky and slams into this.
Okay, as he does it, let's say, because he's just in the dark and he's gone, fuck. Then he's seen them run and he's gone, shit. And then he hears them shout and he goes, okay.
Why don't you roll me 5d4, please?
Does anyone else, I want to do
Yeah,
it.
I have a
D4.
load
Do
of
you know
d4s.
what? I want to do it as one, like, do you know what? I'll call upon. Can I call
Oh, the
upon?
power of everyone's
everyone
d4.
combined.
I'll do it into here. Okay, so we've got oh my god, we've got 4 4s and a 2.
Okay. 4 4s and a 2.
Sorry, 4 4s and a 2. I meant 3 4s and a 2. Sorry, 3 4s and a 2.
3 4s
And a 2.
and a 2. You should be rolling
14.
5d4.
Oh, 5d4.
Oh, then we need radiant
Radiant
one.
South.
Radiant!
for the bomb.
Yeah, I said it was 5d4, didn't I?
5d8, I thought it was. That's what I broke down as you said it.
You did say
I did say
D8.
5d8. I do apologise.
Yeah. I was about to say. I was like, that's why when I was rolling it.
It's a depowered fireball.
When I was rolling it, I was thinking, I was like,
you're quite right.
Do you want
Okay, you better
radiance?
roll better.
Right, there's radiance.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine if
so
it's
many
like
ones
across the board.
Yeah, it comes out less than if we had just rolled the d4s.
5d8.
Oh my gosh.
While you're doing that, I'm going to roll dex saves for
Okay.
everyone who's in there.
All right. This is to make up for that moment where I said I always had it and I
Yeah.
didn't have it.
No, why would you do this?
Why would you invoke that?
I rolled the damn dice.
Why are you invoking
Look
that?
at me. Look at me.
We are.
We are.
I think I had this. Okay, so we've got
They're all ones.
well, we've got a 6, a 2 to take it up to 8. Then we've got a 1 and a 1 to take it to 10, and then we've got a 7. So we've got 17.
17. Okay.
Should have stuck with the other one.
I'm
Love
going to
this
roll.
verse.
I'm going to roll dexterity saving throws for the 2 melee and the 2 ranged. What's your? I'm going to have to come up with a DC, but 2 of them rolled 16s and 18s, which I think would pass. 2 of them rolled 9s and 10s, which I think will fail, and then I'm going to roll for the caster a 12. I'm going to say she also fails.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say the caster is going to take, that was 17 damage, and these are going to take 17 damage, and then the others are going to take 8 damage. And you watch as this fireball explodes in the first floor of this brewery, a set of steps that have gone up, and the whole thing just erupts in fire. You hear that fire, you hear the calls of archers from the ramparts. Everybody roll initiative. And while you're doing that, I'm going to explain how we're going to handle initiative. We're going to handle initiative ever so slightly differently. I've pre-rolled initiative for every NPC here. And if you're watching, what you'll be able to see is that little groups of the Gloam have little condition markers around them. They're not actually to indicate condition, they're to indicate who's in what group. Because rather than me rolling initiative 30 times and having 30 different things to keep track of, I've grouped things together. What I'm going to do here is, so that we avoid a situation in which you have 8 groups of enemies going and then 3 of you in a row, whoever rolls highest, each of you is going to be paired with 2 groups of NPCs. So whoever rolls highest out of the 5 of you will go with whoever rolled highest out of the 2 groups of NPCs. They might be friends, they might be foes, they might be a mixture of the 2. So we'll handle that first. Let's go Dolly de Winter.
I got a 13.
A 13. What did I get?
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20. What did Kelnis get?
22.
A 22 from Kelnis. What did Endelian get?
15.
15. And what did Radian get?
An 8.
An 8. Okay, so Kelnis, you are going to go with this first pair of NPCs or NPC groups. We have a lovely coin from Tabletop Dominion, which has, yours is on the other side of your dice case. On one side, they say natural 6, and on the other side, they have the web logo, and they say the web is wide, its eyes are as to the stars in the sky. What I'd like you to do, Kel, is to call your own coin flip. Do you think it's going to land on web, or do you think it's going to land on natural 6? If you're correct, you will act before the 2 NPC groups that you're with. If you're incorrect, you will act after the 2 NPC groups that you're with. Call it.
Calling natural 6.
Natural 6.
Yeah.
It's the web. Okay.
Web's wide.
So that is where Cal is going to go. Next up is I with his dirty 20.
I'm calling natural 6.
The web is wide.
The web is wide. I'm using a spreadsheet.
well.
I'm using a spreadsheet for this. I've never used a spreadsheet ever, but when I practiced this, I kept missing I's turn because it's a single mark on a tiny thing. So you're called I the Kobold on this spreadsheet, so I can see that you're there. That is then Endelian.
I'm not really good at flicking coins, but I'm going to go with the natural 6.
You're really not.
I got the web.
Endelian.
It's the false nails don't help.
You're
Then
good.
it's Dolly de Winter.
I'm gonna go with the web. It's the web.
Oh my god!
Coins are loaded.
That actually means that Indelian and Dolly will go one after the other as well.
Perfect.
And then finally, Radian Thornbear.
The web is wide. It's natural 6.
Amazing. Okay, so we go to the top of the order, and we begin as the gates of Castle Grēnweard burst open. What I'm going to do initially is just... as the gates... as the gates...
Open the gates!
Open the gates! The gates opened, we'll leave them as they are, and I'm going to move everyone forward as if they're starting at the gates. I've got...
What if I wanted to stay just inside the
You
gate?
can stay just inside the gate. Thank you so much. I don't have it nearly enough to keep track of. I'm just going to move you here for the sake of moving you here so that you can move your minis. And then you can essentially figure out where you actually are. So as we're looking at it, in front of the gates, looking from, if you're looking back at the gates and you're looking from left to right, you can see Eden in the center with Kylen to his left. They are flanked by 2 Grenweir guards. Then in the line at the back, there is Kellen with Duty behind him on the far left. Then there's Torian, then there's Indelian, there's Kelnis, and above on the ramparts are 4 archers. Kellen is the first to act. And Kellen and Duty move as one, and they share initiative. So Kellen is going to take some movement. I think he's going to move out to the side. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Dutty's going to go with him. And Kellen is going to take a shot. You see Radian and Dolly, as you move out into this open area, you look back and the tents are opening and Gloam warriors, masked, cloaked, are starting to pour out into the morning. And the first thing that you hear is you hear the fizz of a bowstring drawn as Kellen is going to make 2 attacks with his longbow. He hits with one, he misses with another, and he fires an arrow into the closest member of the Gloam to him, who is wielding a short sword. And that member of the Gloam
Is dead.
is dead forever. That member of the Gloam is going to take... I have pre-rolled damage for almost everybody again, just to minimize rolls at the table and keep things moving quickly. Is going to take 8 points of piercing damage as a longbow, an arrow, a crossbow, of course, a crossbow bolt slams into them just beneath the mask in their shoulder. That is then the Gloam's turn. And in fact, it is the turn of these members of the Gloam over here. We have a caster, we have a melee fighter, and we have a couple of ranged fighters.
So they're on the other flank. They're on the other
They
side.
are on the other flank. I'm going to say Kellen is the only one who's so far made it through the gates in terms of where we are. And so the options that they have are to aim at Kellen, or they can aim at the rest of the group in front of the gates with disadvantage, because I think you're sort of still moving through as the doors open. I'm going to have them, in fact, roll perception checks. They've all looked back at the great big massive fireball that has just been exploded in their midst. And I will roll for them. Who's got what? So the caster, the 4 grunts essentially have a +0 to wisdom, so they're just going to have to roll extremely well. That's a nat 1, an 11, and 12. I'm going to say with a 12, they look over and they spot you. So that is the one of the crossbowmen spots you. And then the fanatic rolls a 19, the caster. So they are going to call out and say, "Look, over there!" And they are going to take a shot at Radian. They are going to... You see they're wielding a staff. And they point their staff towards you, Radian. And they fire an arcane burst towards you. That is a 17 to hit.
I'm not going to waste it. Yeah, they hit.
Okay. They hit you for 12 points of necrotic damage.
Right.
One of the crossbows also spotted you and is going to take a shot at Dolly. They roll a 4 on the die, which becomes an 8. Your armor class is poor.
Yeah,
but it's not
not
that bad. I'm going to say on this turn, having not got their wits about them and unsure as to who they're really meant to be aiming at, Kellen, who has high stealth, has slipped in behind them. They're partially aware of gates opening. They're partially aware of other people calling out. But there's just been an explosion in the brewery. They are not going to act on this turn. Something else that we're going to do as well is there's going to be a lot of waiting around at the table here. So once per turn as a free action, sort of just a free thing you can do, you can sort of call out information or tactics or some kind of non-mechanical but information-based help to one another. That is Kelnis's turn.
It's my turn.
It is your turn.
I'm going to take my action to cast Barkskin on myself.
Cool. Which gives you an improvements to your AC, or does it give you resistance?
It's improvement to AC, so my AC is 16 instead of 14.
Do you want to take any movement? You are currently, I'm going to say, by the time we get maybe through to, essentially now, when we get through to your turn, these gates are almost completely open. And you'd be set back maybe a few feet from where you are, because I can't get the gates to open. But
I kind of want to stay back a little bit, because I'm using a little bit of time to buff and prep before I charge in.
Okay, all right.
So I'm gonna stay put.
Okay, you stay put. That is Eden's turn. Eden has seen that his brother Kellen has gone off to the right-hand side to try to draw fire away from. Sorry, I'll say the left-hand side because I'm behind this mini. He's gone away to the left-hand side to try and draw the attention of the melee fighters away to sort of bring them in to him. And I think Eden is going to use that opportunity to attack. And he is going to, if he has the movement, 1, 2, 3, yes he does, 4, 5. He's going to come over here. And he's going to take an attack at the fighter on the other end of that little group. So one's been targeted on the far end by a crossbow bolt. Now he's going to move to the other end and take an attack with his sword. First one he rolls flat, and he rolls a 21 to hit. And I'll just roll the rest of them for him. He then rolls the next one with advantage, and he rolls an 18 and a 19 on the die, so that's going to hit as well. And then using his Nick mechanic, he is going to roll his dagger with advantage, and that is a 19, so all 3 of his attacks hit. He kills this guy. So you watch as Eden Grenweard moves forward from the front of, pushes past the ranks of his own militia, calls out a battle cry, and with 2 swift attacks with his short sword and then thrusting a dagger underneath the ribs of his opponent, he kills this member of the Gloam. Tim. Who kills Timothy. From a my father's name. My father fell, and he fell hard.
In love.
Is he fell hard in love? Is there anything else that he is going to do on his turn? I don't think he's going to. So that now becomes... the militia's turn, who are with him. So in fact, emboldened by their leader, they are going to also join in and try and make some attacks at the remaining... I can get there for 6. At the remaining unharmed member, he said, kicking his own table hard, one remaining member of this group of Gloam. They are not very skilled. One of them does hit, though. They only have a +3. They are, after all, militia. But one of them did roll an 18 and hits that member of the Gloam for 6 points of slashing damage. So, Gloam Militia 2. There we go. Great. That is either kobold's turn.
So, I immediately click my heels, and something that we decided upon was that the boots of speed that I have are potentially a little bit game-breaking.
Yes.
So we have created limitations for them.
Yes.
Outside of combat, I can click my heels and I get the 10 minutes, but inside combat, I roll a d10, and whatever comes up on the d10 is how many rounds of combat I have doubled speed for. But it's not just doubled speed. That's one thing. It's while you wear these boots, you can use a bonus action and click the heels together. If you do, the boots double your walking speed, and any creature that makes an opportunity attack against you has a disadvantage on the attack roll.
Absolutely.
So, I'm going to roll my d10, and I got a 3.
Okay, so you have 3 rounds of combat with these boots working perfectly.
With that in mind, this brewery in front of me.
Yes.
What's the chances of being able to scale this side bit? There is a for those listening, there's a little side kind of roof which looks into a room where there are 3 Gloam inside.
Yeah.
Would I be able to scale that up to like just round?
I would say you can make an athletics check or an acrobatics check to climb.
Yeah.
Would it not be on fire?
No, it doesn't. I'm not going to say that it makes the whole thing flammable, because then otherwise you've essentially created an ongoing furnace.
It is coated in darkness, though.
It is pitch black inside.
That's a good point.
And they're on fire.
That would kind of be a waste of a shot.
There is another floor to it.
We're saying that there are 2 floors because you've got the basement.
Yeah. So there's a sort of basement level which actually we'll treat as a ground floor, and then we've got the floor where Dolly and Radian came in, which is up a little set of stairs, and that's just had darkness cast in there, and then a fireball exploded in there, and then we have the floor above, the sort of loft of the building, which hasn't yet been explored.
So that is an excellent point about the darkness. I wasn't considering that at all. Now, knowing that there's darkness inside and I'm looking up and it's pitch black, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, cool, no worries.
Instead, I'm going to use my 60 feet of movement. I would like to... Would that get me to here?
You can try and tap it out using the little dots that are on there.
Yeah. So each one is 5?
Each one is 5 feet, so imagine them as squares.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50... 55. Okay, so I get to like here.
Yeah, so you move,
60.
If you do that, you move out of the tree line, you move past the line of the brewery, and past the line of a small house that is also one of the buildings that are clustered outside the main road that leads into Castle Grēnweard. And you move into an area just on the edge of the road.
Yeah.
You are
pretty
visible.
Exposed.
You are visible at this point, not just to the Gloam, but you are also now visible to the rest of your party. You guys can now see that that the 3 of them are not in the brewery and they're not currently dead.
Okay.
Thank God.
I would like to, thank you kindly, I would like to take a shot with my crossbow. I'm going to look up and I'm immediately just going to see, like my eye is drawn to the moment of combat ahead of me, and I'm just going to take a shot off and I'm going to try and shoot directly at this Gloam warrior that has just been engaged by the 2 militia.
Great, absolutely, perfect line of sight. I don't know what the range on a crossbow is before you.
It's 80 feet.
80 feet. And so it has 2 numbers on it, right? Is it 30?
Oh,
80?
sorry, it's. Hold on, it's 8320.
Ah, great. You can hit.
Yeah.
You can hit. So essentially, up to 80 feet, it rolls flat. And then 80 to 320 feet it rolls with disadvantage.
So am I rolling with disadvantage?
Let's try. I think
how
it
far do you think
probably
that
is about 100 feet.
Because that to there was 60.
5, 10. Nope.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
45 on
You got
him.
80 feet.
Yeah.
You can get that. You can get that.
I can
Because
get
you
that?
like
Okay,
at 40,
great.
you look like you're. I think it's right on the edge.
Yeah.
Like this would be, even for you, this would be a good shot.
Okay, that is a 24.
That hits.
Okay,
That's a
24.
good shot.
It's a nice shot. And because
It
they,
looks nice.
It looks nice.
Sounds nice.
I can't describe how nice
A
this
beautiful
shot is.
arcing motion.
as it leaves, I goes, oh. Just oh. It is a
Well done, I.
1d8 plus 5. They are within 5
Yeah,
feet, so
absolutely.
it's the
You
sneak
get sneak attack on this baby.
So the d8 that's a d10, Alex Jordan. Well done. I looked at it and immediately went 9. That doesn't work. It's a 7 plus the 5.
He's already gone. You can roll the damage for the fun of it if you like.
For the fun of it, 3d6. I did an extra 3, 6, 8 total on my sneak attack. But yeah.
And fuck it, that happens to Kellen as a punishment. No, so you slay another
I hit him
member
with so much damage
of the
that
Gloam.
his
Like
body, to look at, it's almost like his head explodes.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
Well, I am looking at the situation going, reasonably, I can't use a bonus action to hide here because I'm right in the middle.
yeah,
of
you
the
are right in the middle.
So, I mean, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Absolutely. That is Kylen's turn. Kylen is going to use a bonus action to go into a rage.
I wonder what class he is.
So for those of you who aren't aware of D&D on a kind of mechanical level, rage is something that barbarians are able to do. When they go into a rage using a bonus action, for the next, he has a little nerfed version. For the next minute, as long as he is continuing to attack or is being wounded by something, he has resistance, so takes half damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks. He has a plus to his strength bonus, to his attack rolls, and to his damage. So he swings in, twirling this great axe with consummate ease, twirling it around his head, and with this curving through the air, swings it back and forth. That is a 16 and a 22 to hit, which does hit both times, and he hits them. He hits them for 18 damage. And this first group of Gloam warriors still trying to come to terms with this darkness, this fireball. Suddenly, the gates that they've sat in front of for weeks, waiting for them to open, have opened, and it's like the gates of hell have opened, and warriors are pouring out, hacking and slashing into them, and that entire group of Gloam are slain before they have a chance to act. That is the Gloam's turn that are in the brewery. So, can you read me darkness, please?
Absolutely, yes. So, it's a concentration spell, Infernal Legacy, if you're interested. Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within range to fill a 15-foot radius sphere for the duration. The darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and non-magical light cannot illuminate it.
So the weirdest thing you see about the fireball is it's almost as if the fireball explodes and then immediately, like it stops. It's like it hits the edge of a kind of a black cloth and just ends. And so it's still exploding out into the air, but when it explodes into the brewery, it's like this sort of strange asymmetric explosion.
If the point you choose is on an object you're holding or one that isn't being worn or carried, the darkness emanates from the object and moves with it, completely covering the source of the darkness with an opaque object, such as a bowl or a helm, blocks the darkness.
Okay.
If any of this spell's area overlaps with an area of light created by a spell of second level or lower, the spell that created the light is dispelled.
Okay.
That's it.
And how long does it last?
It's concentration up to 10 minutes.
Up to 10 minutes, okay. I am going to have the people in here try and get out. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to have them all roll perception checks with disadvantage. If they succeed on a perception check with disadvantage, I'll say they can feel their way to the door and emerge. If not, they're going to be stuck in there for another round. Does that seem like a kind of fair way of doing it? Great. So let's go. I'll roll for the militia that are in there. That's a 4, a 14, a 3, and a 1. Let me re-roll that 14 because the others definitely fail. That's a 19. So I'm going to say the one who slashed at you with the sword, who's closest to the door, they get out. And then the fanatic also gets out, rolls a 16 and a 14 on the die, and they have a +2 to wisdom.
Is that the woman?
Yeah. So your spell save DC
Is 14.
I'll treat it. I'll
It's a 15,
treat.
sorry.
Yeah, I'll treat it like
Yeah.
your spell save DC
Yeah.
essentially. So, appearing on the stairs, and gloriously, they do actually, just by chance, have the blinded condition around them, as they are part of that group. But don't think of it like, please, darlings, don't think of it like that. I'm just going to stick her up there like Peter Pan, and he will. God, this is perfect.
Do you want
No, I'm fine, thank you. They appear up on the balcony above you, looking down at Radian, at Dolly, and at I. I am going to say, even though they've only used about 5 feet of movement to get out, that's all the movement they can take this turn. Okay. And I'm going to roll, I'm thinking on my feet here, I'm going to roll a con save for them both, as from complete darkness, they're in the bright light of morning, just to see if that throws them. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't, they'll get to attack as normal, although he's melee, so he can't really do anything. She rolled a 16, he didn't. So she will get to make an attack, and she is going to fire it at you, Dolly. Mm-hmm. You see that arcane energy that you first saw kind of flickering at the edge of her fingertips as... and she sort of screams out a curse and fires it towards you. That is only an 11 to hit. It misses. This sort of the same energy that struck Radian slams into the ground before you, and you see that as it hits the snow, it kind of burns black as it hits the snow, but nothing else happens. And Delian, that is your turn.
Oh, I mean, thanks, boys. Just leave me with everyone else, why don't you? I'm actually gonna use my longbow only because I just don't think it's. I mean, I'm good, but I'm definitely not running at 7 people by myself because everyone else has just run over to the 3.
Yeah. So in front of you.
So I've got like a group to, I guess, what would be my left because I'm
Yes.
looking out of the castle, and there is.
So one group that are in between the brewery and the castle have been completely killed, and on the other side there are 2 groups, and then in the centre of the road there is another group.
Oh, I can't see them behind my.
Yes, in the centre of the group there looks to be a spellcaster and a couple of ranged fighters.
Cool. I'm going to take some shots about spellcaster.
And the spellcaster in the centre, great.
Right, so longbow for me. I'm not even going to move. I'm kind of in the doorway. I think that's quite. I'm happy where I am.
Yep,
So that is a dirty 20.
that hits.
And that is a D8 plus.
Are you going to take 2 longbow attacks? Because you may as well
Should I just roll both?
roll both, and then we'll roll the damage.
And that is a 21.
Yeah, fine. Go on then.
So that, don't worry, that's only, that's really low. That's only a
notches 2
3
arrows.
and an 8.
Adding your modifier both times.
Yes, because it's 2 attacks. And my
Yes.
longbow, I've got 3 and an 8 was with my modifier.
3 and 8 was with your modifier,
Sorry,
so
yes.
11 damage total.
Yeah.
Great. He takes it. He is sort of crouched down low. You can sense that these casters seem to have some kind of seniority, or at least they seem to be a little more ready for battle than the others. Those fighters that the entire flank of which were just obliterated by your brothers. And I, of course, I'm so sorry. They seemed not dissimilar to the militia. They're just kind of people who happen to be there, whereas these casters, as soon as he sees your longbow being, the string being drawn back, he tries to sort of move either side, tries to get low. He's carrying a sort of staff, and he's quick, but you're quicker. You're more accurate. You're aiming directly for his heart, and the arrows strike him in in both of his shoulders. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
No, actually, that's enough for me right now. I'm happy in the doorway. I don't want to
Yep.
come out just yet.
Dolly de Winter.
So the energy's just been crackling on the
Yes.
ground beside me. I'm gonna look at it, look up at the spellcaster, and be like, "Come for the best. You better not miss." And you did. And then cast Shatter.
Okay, brilliant.
And I think are they within 10 feet of each other?
Yes,
And,
I'll say they are.
center it on
I'll say
both
they
of
are.
them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's fun.
Yeah, I'll cast that at second level, please.
Okay, so it's a Constitution save.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll for the caster first.
Mm-hmm.
Who has a plus? In fact, if they both have the same thing. Okay, the caster has a +1. Rolled a 7.
That fails.
And the warrior has a +0 and rolled a 16 on the die.
Okay, that passes. So
Okay.
that's half damage for them.
So,
So it's 3d8 on a failed save, half as much on a successful one.
great.
And that is, that's 8 total.
8 total. Okay, she doesn't look great. Like, she's jumped up onto this little balustrade so that she could get a better shot at you and Dolly. And as she's fired this necrotic energy, you can sense that even through the mask, like, before she was so at ease, when she was speaking to you all before the battle began last night, she was so at ease and she was confident, and she had that same energy when you first went into the brewery. But she seems to be shaking, and as you cast this spell on her, she is almost, it almost shakes her completely off the balustrade and she'd fall down, but she just about manages to contain it. So it was 8 damage and then half on a success, so 4 to the other. Great. Let's do that, and then let's do that. Cool.
I'm going to, I think I should try and get some cover. 1, 2, I'm gonna, how far would this be? 1, 2, I should go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I'm gonna head sort of over here.
Okay, so you sort of essentially run across the
Yep.
road,
Run across
aiming for the slightly
Yeah.
larger of the two houses
That's
that might
right,
give
yeah,
you some
so I'm
cover.
running straight across the road, and as I'm passing by Radiant, I'm like, it's going really well, don't you think? And casting, I'm casting Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, great, you have Bardic Inspiration. Great.
Pass him the card. He won't remember.
Oh yeah, of course.
No one ever remembers.
D8, remember? No.
Sorry, what are you doing?
No one ever remembers.
Inspiration.
No one ever remembers
It's
it.
true.
Just to explain what I can do now, because you've leveled your bardic, what does that offer me now?
You can now add a 1d8 to attack rolls or saving throws, or whatever.
Thank
rolls
you.
do.
Regards.
And you don't have to call it before, do you? You can.
That's in the new rules, but I haven't leveled that up yet.
Okay.
So.
Great.
Okay. Radian, you are, as Dolly rushes past you and gives you a quip, you feel emboldened. I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Natural 20.
Nothing happens. And that's someone's turn. We go back to this first group of Gloam warriors, all of whom are dead, so I can take them out of the initiative completely. And the next round is the...
Can I say I haven't taken a turn?
I know you haven't, you rolled incredibly badly.
Can I just say?
Wow.
I haven't taken a turn.
Can I just say to fans
Guys.
of Natural Six, but let's be more specific, me, I haven't had a go yet.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, but you know.
No, I know. I've had a nice time. I've had a lovely time.
So the group of melee fighters who were, as you were looking at the castle over to the left-hand side, they've all fallen, but now it's the turn of the group of melee fighters on the right-hand side. And they are going to...
Do you want me to do it? Like, I'm right here.
No, it's good, it's good, it's
Okay.
good. I like the complications of it.
You just want to get on the table, don't you?
I love being on the table. It's a very powerful thing.
I thought it was more like primary school and like the rules don't matter.
I feel respected on the table.
Like a cool science teacher.
Like a cool... Listen, hey, fellow kids. I just had a Nescafe, and you can tell. They are just going to rush. They're going to try and rush Kelnis and Delian and Torian at the gates.
Remember, I'm slightly inside still.
Yeah, within reason, fella, you still exist.
But I'm not stood where it looks like I'm stood.
I'll get you.
What are you asking for?
Well, if the doors had opened,
Yes.
then I would be behind the hinges of the door. Or, I wouldn't be in front of the door. I would be
I'll
just
put
behind.
you up here for now.
Yeah.
So, Indelian, you'll get all 3.
Thanks.
That is the coward's move. They all attack her.
Okay, in fact, I'll do 1 on Torian and 2 on Indelian.
It's important. You'll see why.
Well, maybe I won't if I'm down.
It's okay. I've got a good berry.
As he pushes your unconscious body. Watch this. Watch this cool thing.
See, it was all part of a plan. So the first 2 are going to take hits at Indelian. They roll a 16 and an 11.
16 hits, 11
Okay,
doesn't.
you take 6 slashing damage, and the other is going to attack Torian. Rolls a 21 to hit, which hits him for 6 slashing damage. Indelian, you've never seen your brothers. You've never seen anyone draw blood on your brothers in anything more than fun, in anything more than like a joke gone too far, or someone tripped up, and then there was this great panic as to how we could make sure Mam didn't find out, because Mam used to get really angry whenever anyone particularly hurt Torian, because he was sort of your dad's favourite.
Just say it.
And it's his favourite. And it's a strange thing to see your brother, as he tries to sort of raise his quarterstaff in time and doesn't get it in there in time, that a short sword is sort of slashed across his armour and he winces against the pain. That is, however, his turn. And he looks at you, and he sees the sort of panic in your eyes, and he says, don't worry about me, Cariad. And he's going to make an attack with his quarterstaff, which is a 17 to hit. He slams his quarterstaff into this guy for 5 bludgeoning damage, and he can only do this a couple of times, but it's too cool a thing for him not to do right now. He's going to expend 1 use of Divine Eminence as a sort of slightly priest-adjacent
He's a
figure.
cleric.
And he is going, which allows him to add 3d6 radiant damage to that hit, which is an extra 13 damage. So in total, he does 18 damage. And this guy, as the quarterstaff slams into him, this kind of pool of bright, glowing light that looks like as if it's white flames, as if it's the flames of Ignace herself, lick up this member of the
He's
Gloam.
gonna be so disappointed when we tell him.
Yeah, he's going to be devastated. And their sort of hands go to their face as they feel the heat underneath their mask, and they live but barely.
My face goes from like one of worry to like, all right, that was so cool, Torian.
Would you like a turn, Radian?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, on you go.
Don't miss.
This whole time, Dolly and I have been standing going, wait, Radian, wait, Radian, wait, Radian.
Go.
Now.
Hold.
I'm going to cast Fireball, and I'm going to do it directly in this area. I'd love to know if by casting it, I will be able to get everyone both on the outside and the inside of the building.
Right, Fireball is a what radius?
It is a 20-foot.
A 20-foot radius.
It's the same radius as basically the bomb.
I don't know if this correlates exactly, this little kind of round I've got, to the version of grid that we've got here, so I'll be sensible about it. You need to target, I'm going to say you need to target a specific person.
Yeah, okay.
In order to do that.
I'd love to get, obviously, the guy closest to the door, if that's going to happen.
Okay. So would you like to center it? If you center it on him, you can hit everyone in the building.
That's what I want.
Great. Super. And it's a sphere?
It's a sphere, yes. So I will be casting Fireball. A bright streak flashes from my pointed finger to a point I choose within range, and then blossoms with a low roar into an explosion of flame. Each creature in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on that point must take a dexterity saving throw. A target must take 8d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
Okay, very well. So allow me to make quite a lot of saving throws. First of all, I'm going to roll for the caster. She rolls a nat 20. Next, I'm going to roll for your boy outside who's hurt. He rolls a 13, which becomes a 15. What is your spell save?
It's a 15.
He also passes. Now I'm going to roll for the 3 who are left in there. That's a 3, a 14, and a 15, which become a 16 and a 17. So you have 4 passes, 1 fail, and I'm going to roll for someone else.
Don't do
He
that.
rolls a 5 and fails. So roll the damage, and I will input it into my spreadsheet.
Oh my god.
It's right when you're in there.
It's 25.
Okay. Radiant. Every single one of them on that floor is killed. The most any of them had was 12, and they passed, so they would have taken 12 anyway. It's exactly how much you needed. 25 damage goes here.
So the brewery's just light it up.
Yeah,
Everyone on that floor.
But strangely, again, what you see is that as Radian fires a fireball into that guy at the door, it disappears. Like the fireball disappears.
Black hole.
It's like the fire is
Yeah.
drawn in. So let me clear the brewery. Clear the brewery.
God, that would suck, wouldn't it? You're like just hanging
Just
around.
got into a
being
brewery.
like,
I mean,
yeah, you're in a
"Oh my
brewery
God."
thinking
You're
this
in
is
a
gonna
brewery,
be
being
brilliant.
like,
A great time.
Yeah, having a great time. And suddenly it goes all
Oh.
pitch black, blows,
Next
everything
thing you know,
blows
you're
up,
dead.
and
And
then you're
next to
being
it warm.
burned
Caster and
alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caster and all.
And you can't see anything.
Jeez.
Wow.
Okay.
Go on, quick.
Now, can I do a bit of movement as well?
Absolutely. You can take all your movement, Shugs.
Yeah. I go and run over to Dolly. And I go, hey, did you see that? That was
So good.
That is the militia on the walls. The militia on the walls have been told to hold their arrows, and so until it looks like the battle is falling out of, unless it looks like the battle is turning dramatically not in their favor, they're going to hold their action. That is the Gloam in the middle of the dam.
Thing in the middle of the road.
The Gloam in the middle of the road.
I'll move them for you. What do you want?
Well, the caster, they're ranged. So what I'm going to have is, I think I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do. I think they are going to move 30 feet to try and get behind the cover of the brewery on the side closest to the castle so that Dolly, Radian, and I cannot see them.
Over here.
Yes, I'll do it, because actually I'm that side more than you are. So they're going to go here, here, and here. And yes, that is bringing them into conflict with the brothers Grenweir, but they don't want to group up too much because we've just seen what happens. So the caster is going to go first, and the caster points at Eden, and you hear through the mask, he calls out, "Take him down!" That is a 17 to hit Eden with his necrotic damage, and then I'm going to have the other two fire their crossbows. That's a 21 and a 19. So that's 3
Put
hits.
that DM's dice in the jail.
That's not after, even after those fireball saves. That is 12 piercing and 12 necrotic damage to Eden, which is a total of 24 damage. He looks hurt as this streak of black energy coats his body, and then 2 crossbow bolts thud into him. We now go back to the top of the order with Kellen. Kellen is going to use his movement to continue to sneak round the side near the tents, taking Dutty with him, and he's going to get himself as far as he can You can just about see the caster over this way. And he's going to take 2 shots with his longbow at the caster.
Crossbow.
Crossbow. He rolls a nat 1 on one of them. He rolls a 22 on the other for 8 damage on this caster. And he is going to expend 1 use of his Archer's Eye to add a d10 to that damage. And the caster is pinned to the wooden struts at the base of the granary, at the base of the brewery, as this crossbow bolt thuds into him. He's lifeless, and you hear Kellen shouting, "Yes, see how you like it!" So let's get him off the map, because he dared. He very dared.
Nothing beats stealth, like shouting at the end of the yeah!
Doesn't matter! That is the caster, the ranged, and the melee, with the little pink rings around them that are in the cluster of tents.
Where would you like them to go? I've got them.
Let me have a little
Okay.
think. Let me see how best I can screw you guys. I am going, just hang on, just try not to plan too much while I'm here. I'm going to have, I think Melee Boy's gonna, let me see if he can get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, he cannot get there. So he can't do anything. He may as well, he may as well go as close as he can. And I'm gonna have, well, I mean, Eden's on the end. Yep. I'm going to have the caster shoot at Eden. 19 on the die. 12 damage. I'm going to have the crossbows and Delian, it's like everything slows down. And you watch as Eden is struck in the back by another bolt of damage. And then 2 crossbow bolts in his back as well. And above the noise of the battle, you hear like a strangled, as if all the air goes out of him. And he starts to drop to the ground, and as he does, Kylen reaches a hand out as if to hold him up, and he misses him, and you see Eden fall. That is Kelnis's turn.
I had a plan, and it's all being questioned now.
I mean, I'd argue you might not be able to see much of this behind the gates.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that I can see, but I
No,
can probably see in Delhi and go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to use. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray, which shoots three bolts of.
Yep, fire. 3
Fire.
rays of fire.
Yep, I'm going to send 1 to each of the dudes in front of the doors.
Okay.
You could get the guy behind as well, if you angle it right.
Could I?
Well, they're straight lines, right? Or do they
Single,
go past you?
no.
Okay.
No, I believe Scorching Ray is individual targets. You make a different attack roll for each target. That's like a magic missile, but more damage, and you have to roll it.
Okay, so I'm +8 to attack.
Yep.
The spell save is 16. 18 on the first bolt.
Yep, hits.
16 on the second bolt.
Hits.
And 13 on the third bolt.
Misses.
Okay.
So we'll just go left to right as you're looking at it there. Miss, hit.
2d6 for each bolt.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6
Yep.
and a 6.
Okay. They take that damage. Is that all you want to do?
Yeah, that's all I want to do.
That's Eden's turn. Makes a death save. Okay. That is the 2 militia who are at his side. I'm going to have them roll charisma saving throws, just to see if they lose heart, having seen him fall so close to them. I will bring up their stats. They have a +0. They roll a nat 1 and a 3. They're just staring at him, and one of them tries to get their hands underneath his arm and pull him up, and he doesn't respond, and his arm flops back to his side, and his head lolls forward. And then the other just stands there, staring at him and looking round at the chaos that they're in. That is Eye's turn.
I'm going to make my way towards the brewery. I would like to. Let me just do the maths on that.
Can we do me the favour of saying that my guy was actually tucked round the corner? I specified that I wanted him to be tucked round the corner. So the guy who could just keep poking out, he's definitely not line of sight to any of you guys.
I'm aiming to get inside.
Okay.
I'm trying to see the dots. It's like 1, 2.
With 60 feet?
Yeah.
Mate.
I know, but I've got a...
Cool, absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4...
So it's 30 feet to the edge. We'll call climbing the stairs another 10 feet, so it's 40 feet to the top of the stairs.
So I can probably get...
You can absolutely get inside, no issue.
Okay.
It's pitch black.
As I run... yeah. It literally was... just to be clear, I was genuinely planning this and I totally forgot it in the moment. I was about to say, when I run, I turn to Tony and I go, drops it!
Can I do that?
Absolutely. I'll say you can just drop it as a free action.
And what I want to do as my action at the door, I'm going to use one of the snares.
Yeah.
And I want to place a snare just inside the door. And I basically just want to position myself.
Great. Very cool. Very cool. So that's your turn to set a snare in the door. That's Kylen's turn. Kylen's going to reach down. He heaves Eden up onto his back, fireman style, and he's just going to run into the people who just shot at him. He's not letting his brother's body be touched by anybody else. And he is like screaming and he's going, you bastards! And he rolls a nat 1 and he rolls a 4. He's swinging and it's like blinded with tears and rage. And he's in the middle of the two of them, and I'm just going to put Eden's body there behind him. He's swinging at both. His axe lodges into the wood, the struts that support the stones of the brewery as he runs towards the brewery wall. He's going to recklessly attack, which means I'm retconning it. He can roll with advantage, but he takes attacks with advantage as well. He rolls a 2 and a 7. That's unbelievable. His 7 while raging becomes a 16, so that would hit. That does hit one of them. And he hits them for 11 damage. Slams his axe into the one nearest to the body. There's this body pinned to the wall by a bolt. That's the first one that he goes for, almost like in his just seeing a figure and wanting to hit it, and then slams his axe into one that's still living and nearly knocks it to the ground. That is all of the Gloam in the building's turn. They're all dead. And Delian, that's your turn.
Like, my composure is, it's all over the place, and actually, the one person I shout out for, I scream Dolly's name.
Okay.
Up on that tower, you said that you'd let nothing happen to my brothers. And it's like a panicked cry out to Dolly. But with that, I realised I can't go anywhere until I can get through the people in front of me. So I just want to try and get through the people in front of me.
I'm going to say with Radian next to Dolly, your eyes are drawn over to it, and you both see at this point, you see Kylen with Eden's body on his back. And sorry, so what was it exactly that you said you wanted to do after calling out?
I'm going to attack.
Yeah,
I can't.
alongside Kylen.
I can't move.
Yeah.
Because I am surrounded.
Okay, you're attacking the one
Right in front.
right in front of you.
And that is a 23. Like it hits.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I will roll my second attack because obviously I'm going to do
Yeah.
2. And that is a natural 20 before I add anything.
I mean, they have this.
And that is also a crit for me as well.
I mean, they. Yeah. And
I mean,
yeah. Roll it.
So that with my short sword is.
You roll. So you'll roll your damage die 3 times.
So it's that is 10 before I add my modifiers.
Okay, and add your modifiers.
12.
12. You add it twice.
So that will be 24.
Yeah.
36.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen like
He's dead, Jim.
Oh no, so Kel, you've seen Radian. Sorry, you've seen Endelian fight before. You've never really seen Elowen fight, and you're watching Elowen fight, and Elowen is faster and stronger and more. You see in her the same rage that you see in her brother as she slices into this. Did you use your dagger attack yet?
No.
Okay. So she slices, the body drops on the first hit and she's still slicing into it as the body falls. You can use your dagger, of course, still.
Yeah, so I'm just going to take a pot shot at the one that's next to Torian, almost on the way past, because now that I roll a critical, I can take 15 feet without provoking opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if I'm running past, I'm just going to try and...
Yeah. So you're going to run over to the other side here and you're going to take an attack. That's about 15 feet.
Yeah,
10,
I'd say that's fair.
And as you do so, you slash at the one that Torian...
And it is 26.
Yeah, that hits. This guy has 2 HP left.
Okay, well, it's... let's see what I do, because, I mean, he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Because it's a d4 plus 6, and it's 10.
Okay, you roll the full thing. Yeah, so you, again, careless, it's kind of, you're watching on as Elowen screams for Dolly, then slices into the one in front of her, ducks away from an opportunity attack from the other. We'll say that they always happen and you always evade them. That's cooler.
Thanks, babe.
And then stabs the dagger up into the body of the one that was fighting her other brother. So the House of Aoife kills one and the House of Grenweir kills another. That is Dolly's
Can I
turn.
take the rest of my movements?
You can, of course. I'm so sorry.
Just get me next to my brothers. We're
Get you as
the only
close-
place I want to be.
I'll get you as close as I can, which
Gotta
is
get
1,
those
2,
nasty
3,
clombers off,
4,
too.
5. I say I can get you there.
Fine. You may as well grab the...
Oh yes, of
Just
course.
get rid of them.
Should we just get rid of all the people involved with you?
The dead ones.
So Endelian battles her way through the enemies in front of the gate, and Slaying 2 runs towards the wall of the brewery where Kylen still carries their brother's body on his back. Dolly.
So yeah, been quipping, been having fun, was hiding behind the wall, and as soon as Dolly hears Endelian cry out, like looks across, looks to where her eyes are going, and sees her brother's, Endelian's brother's body, and is gonna absolutely do what she almost would never do otherwise and run straight out into the open. Run as far forward as she can get, which would be out here.
Yeah.
Sees him, says, the House of Grenweir is not going to fall today. I made a promise, and cast Healing Word at level 3.
Okay.
Which is 3d4 plus 4.
3d4 plus 4.
Where are we?
It's been well weird waking up upside down on someone else's back. Like, what the hell is going on? Do you want to
I got it. That is 12 HP.
12. You've made it as far as your brother. You can almost reach out, Delian, and touch your brother. And knowing it doesn't do anything, you reach a hand out to him, and as you do, he takes a breath, and you look up and you see Dolly stood in the middle of the road.
I just mouth the word thank you.
That is I, not you.
No, but I would appreciate it, but, it's not me.
You hear footsteps.
I literally, just before everything, when I whispered to Aoife, I was like, something feels
Honey, are you in the cage with the tiger? Did you get in the tiger's cage?
Something feels off.
And in the space where you are, it's actually not within the mini, so you'll have to give me. There is a set of steps that lead up to the floor above, and someone descends those stairs.
That's where I was trying to go.
And you are face to face with them.
Oh no.
Oh my God!
I looks up and goes,
Hello.
And he looks at you, and he says, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Oathbreaker.
And he's going to roll his attacks.
Fuck.
The first one is a 23. The next one is a 22.
so yeah, they hit.
You take 20 points of slashing damage.
I thought you were about to just say it was all rounded up. I didn't like the way the slashing damage.
And 5 points of necrotic damage. And he is going to make me a Constitution saving throw, DC 14. You're blinded. The first slash cuts into you and you feel the pain of the hit, and then this deeper pain, this pain like in your bones and in your soul, and then you're slashed into again, and then your whole world goes black. Mm-hmm. You know you're alive, but the world goes black.
Mm-hmm. Also, just to, so people, because, I had a suspicion there's something in there, but just so people are aware, the character wasn't running in there for that. For anyone who is watching, but anyone who can't see, on that level, there the most perfectly built vantage point for I, which literally
would have been looking down on here, and I was thinking...
A little Assassin's Creed.
I was literally thinking...
What did he roll? What did you roll?
on the save.
You can't see what's happening in there. I'm going to say you have no idea what's happening in there. He rolled a Constitution saving throw.
I is blinded and shouts,
Dolly, I said, takes it down.
Thanks, Tim.
Dolly's like, can people just stop yelling at me?
The first group of Gloam are dead. The second group of Gloam are almost dead. But the last remaining one will take an attack at the now, as far as, Kelnis is still behind a hinge of a door. I think they know you're there, but they're going to go for the person who's closest to them. They're going to take an attack. An 8 becomes that does not hit. They try to slash into Torian.
Hold on. Uncanny dodge at level 5.
Okay.
When an attack you can see, they can see you, so I haven't got into combat, so like physically up front in level 5 yet. So I didn't think about this. When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to halve the attack's damage against you.
Okay, so you can halve one of those attacks. It's quite difficult for me to go back and remember which was which. He rolled a 3 on one. He rolled a 3 on one of his necrotic damages. I'll say you can have taken, just for the sake of this one time, 10 fewer. You can have 10 HP.
Apologies, I didn't remember
But
that.
I won't let that happen
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
like
yeah.
if next time if you guys forget something that you can do, you forgot it.
Apologies. I realise I haven't actually since level 5. I haven't been up close.
Totally fine. Totally
hand to
fine.
hand.
That is Torian's turn. He is going to. Can he get there? He can't get there. Torian, with little else to do, is going to just slam his quarterstaff into the one in front of him. That's a dirty 20 to hit. He's doing really well with his quarterstaff. He's not meant to do really well with his quarterstaff, you know? That is 5 damage to the one in front of him. That is now Radiant's turn.
I wouldn't have heard what went on in there.
No one would have.
Fab.
So, no one knows Morgan is here.
What I would love to do
Is I would love to just
let's just say that we start hearing noises. And I start hearing noises. And that's what I'm not going to... This is a bit of flavour for you.
Okay, yeah.
There's a lot of chaos going on, and those whispers...
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
that's just straight wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw. Wisdom saving throw, whatever your saving throw modifier is.
Oh, it's
Box just to the left of your stats up the top. Just to the right of your stats up the top. Your wisdom.
No, top left.
Sorry, I'm being.
Your wisdom saving throw.
Oh, thank you very much.
Don't do those very often.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's a 17.
17. Okay. You hear whispers. You hear noises. It's the sound of water. It's sibilant sounds, and it coalesces into a word for a moment. And the word is help.
Okay.
It's still your turn when you still have everything to do.
He gets himself under control, and I see, and I'm going to move in the direction from which Dolly went to.
Okay, so from the larger of the two houses past the brewery, you're going to follow Dolly into the middle of the road, midway between the last house at the back and the castle, essentially next to the brewery.
Do you want to be here, be out here?
I don't want to be out. I kind of want to be round by the building.
Here?
Yeah.
So the far edge of the building, as close as you can get without completely being in the open, although pretty much everyone can see you from there.
Yes, and I'm going to see 1, 2. There's three lovely lads left who seem to be doing quite well in that area. Mm-hmm. Do I go for them, or do I just?
No, I'm going to cast. Thank you very much. I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb
At the caster at the back.
Very well, the caster who's been holding the staff.
Yes. I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb.
Make a ranged spell attack.
And I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration.
Great.
You can roll it first and
Oh,
then
can I?
decide whether
Yeah.
you need it or not.
Oh, then I don't really need it. I have 17.
17 hits.
And I cast
Chromatic Orb, which is 3d8.
Very good.
May I have some people's D8s, please?
D8. That's D8? Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
I thought you'd thrown it into the thing. I thought it 3d8.
Yep, that is 12 damage.
12 damage. Mm-hmm. He's a chunkier boy, this boy. But he takes all 12 damage.
Okay, good to know.
Can't pass the other side.
Anything you want to do as a bonus action? Any bonus action available to you?
I do have a bonus action. No.
Okay.
There's nothing I want to do.
The Grenweir archers were very specific, told not to do anything, but they have just seen the lord of their castle killed, as far as they're concerned. I'm going to have them... I'm going to, just on their behalf, I'm going to make one perception check to see if they've spotted that he's not dead. And they rolled a natural 6. So I think they are going to all fire some arrows down on this round. They're going to fire their arrows down on the group of the caster and the 2 ranged members that Radian has just seen. They only have... they only have like a +3 and they rolled with modifiers of 13, 2 8s, and an 18. So one of them does 6 piercing damage to one of the ranged fighters from the Gloam. But that's all. And now it is the 2 crossbows who are being attacked by Kylen, and they are pinned down. They are both going to try and run away. They're going to risk opportunity attacks from Kylen. They don't know Dolly's there, so they're actually just going to run sideways into the street, kind of back to where they came, away from the granary wall where their caster friend was killed. They are, as their thing says, petrified, but not literally. So he's rolling. I'm going to say that Eden on a back is not able to take an opportunity attack. I'm going to say Kylen can, and Kylen will roll with advantage because he's recklessly attacking. He rolled 2 7s, which become... He is a very beefy boy. They become 14s, which just hit. Great. That's just groovy. And he hits one of them for 11 damage and kills them. So as these crossbows try to disappear and try to make a swift exit, yeah, great, thank you so much. The other one is gonna, no, one of them.
One of them.
Only one. Bloody hell. Bloody hell.
You said it kills them. It was plural.
Is gonna look back and fire a crossbow bolt at Kylen. With advantage, which hits, and Kylen takes 6 damage, but because he's raging, it is rounded down to 3 damage. So Kylen is very much still alive and kicking. That is back to the top of the order. Kellyn. Kellyn is reaching the edge of use on that far side. So I think he's going to come in a little closer to Indelian to try and get a look at Eden himself and make sure he's okay. He's going to move in here with Duddi. And he's going to take, in fact, he's going to come here and he's going to take a shot at the crossbowman across the road on the other side next to this beefier spellcaster. And he rolls a 2 on one attack and a 1 on the other. Holy hell. Kellyn, you realize, has had the same issue with the crossbow that he had with the birds. He hasn't been maintaining them properly. And the bolts look incredible, and the crossbow looks incredible, but like when he fires, there's a distinct like from the mechanism, and he hasn't oiled it. So he's going to essentially spend a bonus action trying to maintain his crossbow, and that's all he does. That is our spellcaster, our 2 ranged, and our melee. Let's deal with our melee first. Our melee moves in and is going to attack Torian. That is 19 to hit, which very much hits. Torian takes the brunt of it. In fact, one of the ranged, no, actually. Caster's going to go for you, Dolly. 17 on the die. 12 necrotic damage. And then the final is going to go, the final crossbow is going to go for Torian again. That's a 22 to hit. Torian is in bad shape. Torian is in real trouble. That is Calnis's turn.
Okay, I step forward and...
Hey!
Hey, I have plans.
Oh, who's this guy?
And I cast Cure Wounds on Torian.
Great. How much does he regain?
1d8 plus 5.
Nice.
That's 8.
8 damage.
8 healing.
Torian, sorry.
Go the other way then.
Wow. Thanks, Cal.
Jonas is confused by the missing battle.
Torian's looking a little better.
Just pull someone straight, accidentally clean punches.
That is... is there anything else you want to do with your movement? Any bonus actions that you can take?
No.
Okay. That is Eden's turn. Eden comes to on his brother's back. He is going to jump down.
Stand him up.
Yes, please do. He's going to use his second wind once a day, and he regains some HP. That much. He's going to take he's going to, undeterred by what's just happened, he raises the sword of House Grēnweard high above his head, and he's going to run in and attack that the crossbowman who's now isolated in the middle of the road. Rolls at... I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to re-roll those, sorry, because he would get advantage on the first. He rolls once, he uses Vex, he rolls with advantage on the second, and he crits. And then he rolls with advantage on the dagger, and he hits. So this guy takes...
Enough.
Yeah, he takes more than enough, actually. Let me just check that is true. He had 20 left, and he was hit for 21 damage. So he is slashed and drops in the middle of the road. He's used his bonus action to do second wind. The Grenweir militia have now kind of come to their senses, having seen their hero fall and rise, and they're going to turn and try and protect another one of the brothers. And they're going to run in and engage the members of the Gloam as they fight with Torian, who's just been healed by Kel at the castle gates. That is... Oh, they missed. I mean, they've missed, and they missed badly, I'm afraid. That is Ai's turn.
I blinded. How many times does the blindness?
Well, you are blinded for 1 minute, but you can repeat the save at the end of your turn, ending the effect on a success.
And none of us know what's happening.
No, none of you know what's happening.
So, because in terms of like movement and stuff, I mean, I'm blinded, so
You can move. I mean, I will say, I kind of said with the magical darkness that they had to make a perception check to get out of the space that they're in.
Okay.
And when I say perception check, what I mean is they're kind of feeling for the walls.
Yeah.
I'm going to say you can also do that with a successful perception check with disadvantage. You could get yourself out of this space, but you will provoke an opportunity attack.
This is what I was going to ask, because technically the boots don't allow it, but I mean...
Oh, no, in that case you
Yeah.
wouldn't. In that case
Wait,
you
no,
wouldn't.
sorry, halves. So they know that's it. They have to roll disadvantage.
Great.
Morgan would have to roll
Okay, well,
disadvantage.
he would have advantage on you because you're blinded. So he would just roll flat.
Roll flat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to attempt then to, with a perception check, I would like to kind of, the room I've run into, he's come into and slashed at me. I want to fall back and use my hand to make my way into this room and walk around, feel the ladder and climb, which is, I mean...
Sure, absolutely. Roll a perception check with disadvantage.
It's a 10.
It's a 10. You are literally stumbling in the dark. You hear like as Morgan rolls an attack at you, which is a 15 to hit.
I'm 16.
16. Just misses. You don't know how. You feel a blade whistle past the tip of your ear as you stumble. I'm going to say with a failure, you're still in the same space.
So as it happens, I said, as this is all going, I go,
Why? I likes you.
and then I'm going to use my turn on, like where I can call out, and I'm going to shout and I'm going to scream and say, Morgan is here. Morgan is not tribe.
Great. And I'd say you all hear that across the battlefield. From inside the brewery, Morgan is here. Morgan is not tribe. That is Kylen's turn. Kylen is going to. Kylen needs to keep attacking, otherwise he loses his rage. And he can't get to anyone in time. He's only got 30 feet of movement. He can't get anywhere. So that's almost certainly the end of Kylen's rage. He is just going to position himself. He kind of pushes past Eden and positions himself in harm's way, hoping for a stray arrow that might keep him angry. And that's all he can do. That is all the Gloam in the building. They're all dead. Endelian, that is your turn.
No, this is where I'll get, because I've just heard you cry out. I'm not a massive fan of Morgan, but I do currently have a brother who is in trouble. So I'm actually going to I'm going to turn around and I'm just going to see if I can loose an arrow at the guy directly in front of Torian.
Absolutely. You can loose 2.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Dub arrows.
Yeah, so it's a 23
Hits.
and a 19.
Hits.
Sorry, a 15.
Hits.
Okay.
Hits.
So that is a 6. Sorry, that is it's a 6 and 7.
Okay. You loose a couple of arrows that as this Gloam fighter raises his weapon to slash down on your brother, 2 arrows catch him full in the back and he falls forward. He dead.
Good.
You have your movement.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get closer to Kylen and Eden. I kind of want to...
Great. Are you able to pop yourself there or?
Yeah.
Where do you want to go?
Literally with my other brothers.
Here?
Maybe, yeah.
The other side?
Yeah, other side, because I'm going to be going towards I.
Yeah.
That is Dolly de Winter's turn.
I mean, I'm not close enough to get into the building.
Just a little fun to keep things light.
terrible.
I mean, I'm more useful here, but I don't think I'd if I heard I in trouble, I wouldn't run towards him.
You can't get to the top of the stairs. You could dash, but you can't actually get there and use an action.
No.
So you're still in the center of the road, level with the edge of the brewery. Facing down the road towards the castle, you can see Endelian with Eden and Kylen behind her. You can see a cluster of Gloam away to your right. Radian is behind you. And then further in front of you to your left are Kellen and Dutty, and there's still this fight going at the castle gates.
Yeah, I'm gonna run Fry. I'm just gonna run up the stairs.
Okay.
So if I dash, I make it to the top of the stairs,
Yep.
no further.
Yep, very happy with that.
I can kind of see in the doorway. I mean, I don't, like, I'll not do anything. I just want to say, if I can, I'll just shout for Morgan, stop, what are you doing?
You don't hear anything from in there. No voice comes back. That's his turn. He's got a little kobold in front of him.
Still going.
Why?
Yeah, and I'm just going to make sure I'm absolutely correct about this, because if I'm not, could be Could be something I don't want to. Yeah.
We could have been trying.
Attack rolls have advantage.
We could have been trying.
How many attack rolls is he going to make?
Makes 2. A 13
16.
and a 19. 12 slashing and 4 necrotic, 16 total. And he calls out with this kind of great roar. He just shouts,
The shadow will flood.
and all of the Gloam are going to make an attack. They reach their blades up. Those who have projectiles, whether it's a blade or a bolt, they draw them across their hands. Black blood, which they smear across the eyes of their masks. The casters do the same, smearing black blood across their masks, and every single one of them is going to take an attack. Let's figure this out.
Right, these were drama kids, weren't they?
Very much so. I'm going to have both of the crossbows go. I'm going to have both of the crossbows. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do. Crossbows and the fanatic, the caster. Caster goes first. That's an. Caster goes first, and that is a 16. I'll tell you who they're hitting, and then the others are definitely going to hit. Indelian. Yeah, that all hits. It's 12 necrotic, 12 piercing, 24 damage total.
Sure.
The fighter who's up in melee with Torian is going to attack him. Rolls an 8, which becomes a 12, which doesn't hit. And Morgan is going to take a slash at I. Rolls a 5, rolling with advantage. Rolls an 8, becomes a 15. Misses.
I is just moving, sort of in the panic state.
Anything.
Yeah.
Like someone who's trying not to be tickled.
Yeah.
There's no sort of great plan,
No.
but equally nothing's really touching you.
Muhammad Ali.
That is both of the. Oh, was there someone attacking Torian, or have they all been killed?
No, there is
There's
one.
There is.
one
Sorry,
guy.
I couldn't see, and I briefly thought I'd just created an extra enemy. Oh, they're one of the little. They got a little pink band around them, right?
Like turquoise.
Great. Okay. Cool.
Turquoise.
Super. That is. Yes, I've got this very wrong. That is their turn. No, it's not their turn. Oh, it should be. That's because I didn't pick who was moving,
Oh,
and it's the wrong
sorry.
group. That's totally fine. I will bring one of these back. Let's do that, and let's give them that. He's going to take an attack at Torian. That's a 17 plus 4, which is a 21 to hit for 6 slashing damage. That's all he can do. It's now Torian's turn. These two are just kind of going at it, hammer and tongs. He rolls a 19 on the die. Absolutely not meant to be this good in melee. He seems to be for some reason. They're just kind of smashing at each other. Torian's not much of a fighter, and without wishing to sound cruel, he's kind of found his level in one-on-one combat with one of these guys, whereas Eden and Kylen and you can sort of just go into the melee. Like, Torian's not much use in the throng, but he seems to be holding his own here. That is Radian's turn.
That guy's still not down.
So what I'd like to do is move across the room to see if I can see through one of the slats
Okay.
in the building.
Okay.
Here?
Yeah. I want to get close enough. I want to get within 30 feet.
I mean, yeah, it says.
Yeah?
Just
I want
give
to
me
use-
1 second. Yeah,
So I want
that's
to move
fine.
across the road. I want to be able to see within the slats and see if I can see inside of that building. and see what's going on.
If it helps, I can see Morgan from here.
Great. So I'd like to do that, but I can get within range. I can see what's going on.
Okay,
As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Misty Step, and I'm going to go straight into that building.
great.
Yep.
What's the range on Misty Step? 30 feet?
30 feet, yeah.
Yep. You appear thorn there.
And that's my bonus action.
Yeah.
And then I cast Hypnotic Gaze.
Yes, Queen.
And also,
For any rules lawyers listening or watching, what Ben semantically means is he uses hypnotic gaze. Hypnotic gaze is not a spell because obviously he wouldn't be allowed to cast one. It's a class ability. He
Yes.
uses hypnotic gaze.
As an action, I choose one creature that I see within 5 feet that must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw against my DC of 15 or be charmed by me until the end of the turn.
He has a +5.
as you misty step in, I, with my homebrew mechanic, smell Radiant enter the room and goes, "Thanks you."
He rolls a 4, which becomes a 9.
I grab him by the head and I just go, "Stop."
Give me the. I'm going to look at the charmed condition because charmed is absolutely not command. I can't. He now can't.
The creature is incapacitated and visibly dazed. I can use my action to maintain this effect on subsequent turns.
Does he re-roll the save? Does there say anything about him re-rolling a save?
It doesn't say that, no.
Okay, I'd just like to check that because it's a big thing. Hypnotic gaze. Until the end of your next turn. Great. The creature's speed drops to 0. The creature is incapacitated and visibly dazed. Once the effect ends, or if the creature succeeds on the initial saving throw. However, the effect ends if you're more than 5, you move. Okay, so essentially you can maintain this indefinitely.
We played it last time, that if that person got hit, then they...
Yeah. So on subsequent turns, you can use your action to maintain this effect, extending its duration until the end of your next turn. However, the effect ends if you move more than 5 feet away from the creature, if the creature can neither see nor hear you, or if the creature takes damage. Once the effect ends, or if the creature succeeds its initial saving throw, you can't use this feature on that creature again until you finish a long rest. Cool?
Great.
Absolutely. He looks at you, says, "I always liked you the most."
What?
That's the Grenweir militia.
Oh, do something.
2 hits. We'll do 1 on each of the ranged of the Gloam that are down there still fighting them.
Wait, they... Never mind.
The Grenweir on the...
Oh, yeah.
The ones on the walls.
The lads who've done
the
nothing.
walls. Yeah, the
They've been
guys who've done
useless.
nothing.
The
No, they
lads who've
didn't
done
know. They
nothing
hit
so
one of
far.
them
They're
once.
rubbish. Your boys are rubbish.
So actually, how much damage do you...
Kalen was training them, so Kellen was training them,
It's
sorry.
hard. Look at. They got to shoot from the ramparts. You know.
Yeah.
Never done this before. You saw what they were like with longbows. They're bloody idiots.
Well, they were trained by an idiot.
That's true. That group of Gloam are gone. It is back to the top of the order with Kellen. What's Kellen gonna do? Kellen's gonna shoot at the... Yeah, Kellen will shoot at the one who's attacking his brother Torian. I'll take a couple of shots with the longbow, with the crossbow. I'm just so used to saying longbow. That is a 13 and a 17. The 13 does not hit. The 17 does hit. And that is 8 damage.
This guy's still up.
Barely. Barely. Cool. That is Kellen's turn. He's got no reason to put himself anywhere else or to put himself in any greater danger. So, he's not going to. Doesn't really see the point. That is the spellcaster's turn. Who's bothering them the most? Things are not going well for these guys.
No.
Oh, and Delian. We're going to do the same again. Going to try and get this red-headed warrior down who seems to be putting herself at the front. Spellcaster, cocked, hits, and one of the. So you take 18 damage, 12 necrotic, 6 piercing.
And the red head goes down.
Okay. That is. That is Kelnis's turn.
How far is 30 feet?
It's 6 of these little.
So I can't.
squares.
I
They're
can't
quite
get-
hard. I'd say the ones in front of the castle are actually really hard for us to make out where we are.
So you are in front of the
I can't.
castle walls. You can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can get into the
Only
middle
that
of the road.
far.
Yep.
Wow. That sucks.
Behind a hinge, baby.
Okay. I will. I see Endelian go down, and I just go. "Rah!" And I move 30 feet ahead, and I cast Healing Word on Endelian.
What's the range of healing word?
It'll be enough. It's 60
60
feet.
feet.
60 feet. I wasn't sure if it was 30 feet.
It's 1d4 plus 5. Maybe 7.
Back where I was. Thank you.
Great. That is Eden's turn. Eden has heard the shout, but I think Eden is going to try and deal with these Gloam that keep attacking you. I'm going to have a look at some. He can do some extra stuff, and he hasn't really had the need to. I tell you what he's going to do. Can he get across to this group? He can go from here. He can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can't, but he's going to start making his way over there. And he is going to, as a battle master, expend 1 superiority die to give Endelian 9 temporary HP. And he points at you as he starts to run off, and goes, "Don't die!" And runs off towards this group.
That's the best bit of improv you've ever done.
Thank you so much. That is the militia's turn. Where are the militia? Let me see where the 2 militia with
They're
the
having a
swords
little
are.
hangout over here.
They're right in front of Torian and the kind of the other.
They're just going to rush in and try and finish off your boy. To try and clear this area of Gloam. They both roll. It's a +4. That's a 16 and a 17. That will hit. And in fact, this guy only has 2 HP. So no matter what they do, he's down. The
Finally free up someone that can use magic and has just been twatting things with a staff because he's stuck within 5-foot range.
Torian, despite himself, you chance to look over your shoulder, Endelian. Torian's a little disappointed he didn't get the kill. He's been having an incredible back and forth.
Me and him, we can relate on the idea of feeding something for so long and then someone else making the final kill.
He's like Sam with his frying pan. He's getting the hang of this. That is Ai's turn.
At this point, enough turns have gone through for 60 seconds, isn't it? A minute.
No,
Would we
because
say
it's
no?
6 seconds.
That's around the 6
but-
seconds.
So I was blinded in advance of my next turn. So I think we had before Morgan attacked me and it came back round. That was like 4, and then we've at least had 6 since my last.
No. A round is 6
Is
seconds.
everyone moving?
Is everyone moving? Because actually everyone's doing everything at once. So it's potentially 10 rounds. But what I didn't let you do was repeat the save at the end of your previous turn, right?
No.
You haven't re-rolled your save, so you should have done. So that's my mistake. So re-roll your save at the end of that turn and see if you're no longer blinded.
16.
Passes.
Okay, if I attack Morgan, your effect.
You don't know that.
Is it something we know? Because in the past we've had it where
It's something that you could call out to him. I've given you
but
this
also in the
ability.
past we've had it where you've like an opponent. I've seen it and like someone's been attacked and they snap out of it, right?
Very, very rare that he
Can
ever
I use
gets
my
it.
little action to say, run, get out of here now?
Yeah. So I'm going to run back to the door and I am going to use an action as I go and I'm going to disarm the trap
That was so in that moment.
I'm gonna say you can do that as a bonus action. I'm gonna say you've set this thing. There'll be a way of even if you triggered it round your own hand and then just pulled it off your hand. Like you're the guy who set it.
Okay, I'm going to say to Radian,
We need to draw him out. We does not want to fight in here.
and I'm going to run, and I'm going to run past Dolly and say,
With me, leads him.
and I'm going to. I've lost my 60.
That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm kind of on the stairs.
Okay.
Go on. Woo! I'm Legolasing it. Okay, we'll do that.
That's Kylen's turn. Kylen is in the middle of the road. His rage drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He manages to get himself in between, as he's always trying to do, his brother in any danger. But that is his turn. Those Gloam are dead. In Delian, that's your turn.
First of all, I'm going to throw out Second Wind with my bonus action before I do anything else. It's still not great. That's another 7 hit points on top.
Okay.
So 7, so yeah. And then I'm still going to stick with my brothers because these guys have just been causing me hell.
Yep,
I want
great.
them gone.
Move over to where you're.
Because the building is right in my line of sight.
You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can stick with them and you can end up sort of behind Kylen, or you can try and come in from the other side.
I'll come in from the other side.
Okay, so
and
I'll say you get to sort of there-ish. You can't attack them. You can't attack them in melee from there.
No, but I'm still gonna at least throw out my bow and just see what I can do.
Yeah. Who are you aiming at? The caster? Or?
Yeah, the caster.
Okay, so you can make a couple of attacks against that caster.
That won't do anything. That's a 10.
Misses.
And that is a 14.
A 14 hits.
Okay, so that is and it hits for 9.
9. That is Dolly's turn.
So I just run past me on the stairs and I was running, sprinting up to try and help him. And I'm like, and Radian's not in the building. I can see him. I'm like, I want to make sure he can get out safely. So can I hold my action until I can see that Radian is also out of range of Morgan safely?
Yes.
I will do that.
Okay. That is Morgan's turn. Morgan can't take actions. Morgan can't take reactions. That is... The Gloam are dead. The Gloam are dead. That's Torian's turn.
Go on, Torian.
Go on, Torian.
Boy. Come on, my boy.
Torian's going to heal Cure Wounds himself for 9. So he regains that much HP. Kelnis, you're pretty close to him. You're pretty sure you see him take a little snifter out of a wineskin. That is Radian's turn.
What I would like to do is cast Misty Step away from Morgan, but keep him in sight.
Ends if you're more than... let me just...
Yeah. I want to be able to still be able to see him.
Yes.
You're wondering what I'm doing?
Can you do that?
What, Misty Step?
Misty Step.
It's a bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You can Misty Step's a bonus action.
Okay.
So what I would
You
like
got the slots for it?
Yeah. I haven't used any that Misty Step's just a level 2.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 level 2.
Okay, so the effect ends if you move more than 5 feet away from the creature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do is move 30 feet away from him, but keeping him directly in line of sight. So almost like I see his face and I move backwards.
You move backwards along that same line, so almost to where you were before.
No,
Oh, do you mean this way?
I want to kind of move out of the building. Basically, I want to still be able to see exactly through the...
So you would have to move somewhere where you could either look up through the open archway, like 30 feet would be 1, 2... Oh, actually, it's a point in range within, isn't it?
Yeah.
So where do you want to...
I want to be out of 20... I want to be out of a 20-foot sphere is where I want to be out of.
Okay. I can say you can see him through there.
Because I'm going to... So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to move backwards like that, and as I land, I fire Firebolt directly at Morgan.
Fireball
Fireball directly at Morgan, yeah.
I mean, are you just in it?
That's 2, right? 2 spell slots in one turn, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't-
2 spot.
Yeah, so you can't. So that's quite right. You can't use 2 leveled spells in the same turn, even if one of them is a bonus action.
Okay, so exactly what I want to do is I want to move somewhere.
Okay.
And if I tell you this, I want to move away from him. And I can't use 2 level spells, but I want to move away from him.
So you.
Do you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I see what you're saying. Because you run out of second level slots. You have this plan in your head. You realize it's not going to work. And you think about being 25 feet away from him. And you're 25 feet away from him.
Okay. So what essentially happens is Radiant is intensely thinking, he's panicking in his head and he doesn't know what to do. He wants to cast Fireball but doesn't know how to get away. He can't cast 2 spells at the same time. So he thinks really hard and panics, and almost this overwhelming sensation kind of comes over him, and suddenly as...
And and let me jump in here. It's not the same feeling as Misty Step. As you start to
Yes, I know
as
what
you
this
start
is.
to move backwards, you see here's what you see. Here's what the sensation is. You're underwater. You're suddenly underwater, rolling, boiling water, and you push towards the surface, and then you're pushed under again by a swell. And as you break the surface of this water again, something slashes across your face. It's white, hot pain, and it's everywhere, and it's all at once. It's in your face, your arms, your legs, your torso, slashing, 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 slashing. It goes black, and you're in the battlefield looking at Morgan, 25, 30 feet away.
And then I cast... Well, I look around. I don't really know where I am. I see everything going on. And then I just suddenly see Morgan much further away than I thought. My hands kind of still shaking as if they were around his head. And then I see him stir. And I look and see you, and you're safe. And then look towards Morgan again. And I fire Fireball at Morgan.
You want to center it on Morgan.
Directly in his face.
It's going to hit Dolly. It's going to hit I.
Okay.
It's going to hit.
Okay.
It's going to hit Dolly.
It's going to hit Dolly.
You have to. You
Center.
pick a point.
I
not
did
a
hold my
person.
action.
Ah, very good. Very good. Have you taken any movement this
I
round?
have not.
You want to get out of the way?
Do you want to tell me to get out of the way?
Get the fuck out of the way.
Get out of the way, Dolly.
Let's say 10 feet. You can get down here next to.
Choppy hands, choppy hands, choppy hands.
What about me?
You're not. You're
What?
okay. You're okay. You're okay.
I'm fine? Okay.
Just checking.
Make sure. Cool.
It's really cool.
Okay. He needs to. You roll your damage, and I'll roll his save. Nine.
So he's going to take the full force of this.
Eat it.
18 plus 5.
23.
Plus 4.
27.
Plus 3.
30.
Plus 2.
32. Okay. You watch as the whole area that he's in is wreathed in fire, and this searing heat that you can feel on your scales as you're just out of the edge of the range. And when the flames die down, you see Morgan is staring right at you, Radiant, and he is going to use Hellish Rebuke, and I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Is that a spell?
It is.
It's a reaction.
Yeah,
That's a 13.
just fails. You take 16 fire damage.
I'm not looking good.
Yeah, I charmed.
Little conversation at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah. That's Radiant's turn. That's the militia's turn. On the walls, bless them. Still trying to pump some arrows. I can have them stop if you want.
I mean, they're not doing anything.
Okay, they don't do anything. Nat 20. Plus a 13, which misses, plus an 8, which misses, plus a 9, which misses. So I'm going to say that one of these ranged fighters is going to take 12 damage from an arrow. And you're very welcome, they're dead.
Yes.
So can you move one of the crossbowmen off the board for me, please?
Cursed, I should think so.
Yeah, very
I hope so.
Despite your lovely ponytail. That is Kellen's turn. Kellen, just living a charmed life.
No.
It's like, this might be what I feels like most of the time, just popping around, shooting shit, not really having to worry. He doesn't have a clear line of sight from there, so he's going to move. He doesn't want to shoot over the line of his brothers, so he moves to the other side of the tent and is going to take a shot, take 2 shots, in fact, at the caster. He rolls really well this time. That is a total of 16 damage to the caster, and this caster's been hanging around for quite a while. So he is going to use another use of Archer's Eye. Makes it 20 damage to the caster. And the caster... false alarm. The caster's fine, guys. That's his turn. That's the caster's turn. He's gonna... I mean, you're running round at him, Indelian.
I feel like his name's Billy.
Billy's gonna
Billy
take...
the caster.
Billy from Stranger Things is gonna take one more... He's gonna... He knows this is probably it, and he looks at Indelian. That is a 16 to hit.
It hits.
It hits 12 necrotic damage.
Cool.
And the crossbow is just about got the ability to fire one shot at Kylen. Misses. That is Kelnis's turn.
I think Kelnis can see that the brothers and Indelian probably have this covered over here. But he heard
Yeah, I mean, there was a great
Eyes
big
cry
fire. And there was a great
Morgan
big
is
fire.
here. Yeah. So he's just going to make his way. Can I call forth my wildfire spirit while moving?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to move my full 30 feet and get Hank out.
Right. Get your hand out.
It's like walking really slowly. It just goes,
Which one are we going to use? Which one?
It's got to be the fiery one.
Six.
One fiery
It's
Hank?
got to be the fiery Hank.
Fiery Hank. Where does Fiery Hank appear next to you?
Yes.
Right.
Oh,
Little Fiery Hank.
Hank with me.
Hank with me.
Um,
Hank with me.
Eden is going to look back at, he shouts up to the archers, hold your fire! And then looks at, like, as far as he's concerned, you guys are going for 2 more people. And he looks to his own militia, who are essentially just peasants who he's put swords in the hands of, and goes, get back inside, and directs them to head away from danger. He's going to step in and attack the caster. He takes a shot with his sword, which misses. He then takes another one with his... Wow, he's rolled a 5 and a 4 and a 2. That is absolutely wild. He misses 3 times. And then I tell you what he's going to do in that case. Then he's going to use another one of. He's going to expend another superiority die. I know he. No, he can't do that. He can't do that. In fact. So that is the militia's turn with the swords, and they are actually just going to essentially back up. They're out of combat now, those 2.
Bye.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Thank you.
That is your turn.
Yep. I'm going to use my movement. Shall I remove the area of effect?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Oh, I'd really like it.
Sorry, that was. I thought I was going to slide so much more than it did.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to use my movement, and I'm going to look up. I'm running this way. I'm running forward into the middle of the road.
Away from the stairs
Yes,
at the base of the brewery.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to see Eden, and I'm going to look up, and I'm going to go,
Get inside.
and I'm going to take a shot at the person, the caster in front of him.
Great. Make an attack.
60 plus 8, 24.
Your very hits.
Yep. So 1d8 plus
Go on.
Please take this guy down.
I
Who?
hate
He's a big
ads
who.
that just
5, so that's
nick.
10
Gone.
gone. And
Get out of there.
as he dies, I was going to go,
I could have done even more damage, but it's fine.
Everyone keeps dying before you can sneak attack.
Yeah.
It's really, it's so unfair on you. Great. That is Kylen's turn. Kylen is going to use Reckless Attack and roll his first attack. 2 2s. I have never, ever, ever in all my life. And again, 6 and a 5. Unbelievable. Kylen takes 2 swings with his great axe. Actually, that 6 becomes... Oh, he's not raging anymore, so it only becomes an 11, so that definitely doesn't work. We now cut down to Indelian.
Oh, so there's so few people
Yeah,
on the
there's so
field.
much-
Like I'm
yeah,
like,
there's so many fewer.
Oh, I'm absolutely just going to try and hit this. I hate ads. I'm not doing much better. That is a 14.
14 does hit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's kind of thing.
Okay. And that hits for 7.
7, great.
And then I have another go.
With advantage because of Vex.
Oh, yep. Oh, and now I crit.
Okay.
So, love X. Thanks, Eden. And that hits for 12.
12. Do it.
Get rid of him.
The battlefield,
Do something cool.
yeah, the battlefield falls.
In fact, to do
Almost
something
quiet.
cool, I'm going to use my 15 feet of bonus movement
Yeah.
speed to go up to Eden and then just give him a playful punch in the arm.
The flavour.
Flavor. That is Dolly's turn.
Okay. So I would like to move forward to where, just so that I can, if I'm able to see Morgan through the door without actually.
You can get to where you can get to essentially where Radian is, and you're sort of looking up the stairs towards the open doorway.
Yeah. Just want to be like, we saved your life. You told us you like to climb trees. You shared stories with us. Like, what are you doing? And the words are gonna just kind of mess with his head a little bit. I'm casting Dissonant Whispers
Okay.
at level 2. Or sorry, at first level.
So what does he have to do?
It is Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. He has
High whiz.
a +5 to his wisdom.
He's got high whiz.
He's got high whiz.
He's got the whiz.
He's got serious.
He's got the
whiz.
biggest whiz I ever did see.
That's 16, 11 on the die.
Okay, so that is a pass. However, he takes half damage, and he doesn't have to move away from me as he would otherwise. So it's 3d6 psychic damage. That is 7 plus 5, so that is 12. So it comes to 6.
6 damage.
Yeah, and then I'm also gonna. No, I'm not actually, because I can't. That's all I can do.
Okay. That is Morgan's turn. He is sick of being sniped through a door. So he steps into, so we're going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he comes down to the bottom of the stairs.
Should have left the trap.
I did just notice Morgan's character now has a mask on.
Yeah, and also
Now wearing the Gloam mask.
And also he has scratches on his breastplate where he got rid of his symbols.
I should have left that damn snare.
He is going to. He's going to cast. He looks at you, Dolly, and he says, "I am sorry." Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's cocked and roll it again. Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. Nothing happens. He's going to use his second wind as a fighter to regain some HP.
I mean, it was a good first roll anyway as well, if it hadn't been cocked.
Great. He regains some HP. And that is all he can do on his turn. So essentially it's now down to you guys and Morgan. Torian is next. Essentially, he will just sort of sees what you're doing, as does Kellen. Torian's going to take a dash action to try and get close. Or at least get to his brothers. He's going to dash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 35 feet, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He gets next to Eden. Kellen is going to appear around the corner. He's going to take a couple of shots at Morgan from the edge of the brewery. A 19 on the die and a 3 on the die, so he hits him for 8 damage, one of those hits, and in fact he's going to expend his final Archer's Eye for another 3 damage. So that is 11 damage total to Morgan. You guys who are closest to him, you can see that it's like he's taking it, but he's taking it. He just seems to walk through damage. There's something about him that's changed. There's something resigned. That is Kelnis's turn.
Right. I cast... Oh, can I do it? Yes, I can. 120 feet? Am I within 120 feet?
Yes, you're absolutely within
Okay, I
120.
cast Call Lightning.
Cool. So you're trying to center it on Morgan, right?
Yep.
No one's within 5 feet of Morgan, so he needs to roll a dexterity saving throw. He has a +0, he rolls a 7. So he fails. So roll the damage and he'll take all of it.
Yes! 3 D10s.
How many? Another D10.
While you're doing that, I just want to check something.
I've got 2, I need 1 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool.
14. 14 damage.
14 damage. Great. He takes all 14 damage, and then he sort of turns to you, Cal. And as he turns around, you see that he has a...
Oh, hang on. I have Hank.
Okay.
So Hank flies towards him and spits a little seed at him.
Hank, I believe Hank can only take an action if you use... Is it if you use a bonus action? Ah, yeah, you use a bonus action to command him, okay.
21.
21 hits. So it's 1d6 plus 3.
Yep. 8.
8. Takes 8 fire damage. At which point he points back at you, Kelnis, and as he turns, you see his mask is streaked in black, and he reaches a hand out towards you, and I'd like you to roll a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
5.
5 fails. You take 13 points of fire damage as he uses his final hellish rebuke of the day.
One last hellish rebuke of the day. One simple use.
That is Eden's turn. He turns to you, Endelian, and he says, "Friend of yours?"
A friend of mine.
Understood. Stay with me, Kylen. And they are just going to start moving towards Morgan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Brings him to here. And then after Eden, is I.
I am going to use my movement to go right up to Morgan, and I'm going to beg. I'm going to beg. I am going to kneel in front of him, and I am going to say,
Please, Morgan. We may not be tribe. We can't be friend.
and beg. Grovel cow beg means that until the end of my next turn, allies gain advantage on attacks against an enemy within 10 feet of me that can see me.
Great. Love it. Very nice.
So everyone gets an advantage. You get an advantage.
You get an advantage. You get an advantage. Kylen moves up towards just level with Eden, if someone can do that for me. That's his turn. They're going in a slightly more considered way now. That is Endelian's turn.
I'm going to sort of be in line with them, but I just maybe not. Yeah. Well, yeah, you know what? Yeah. This goes against all the things I do, grouping up for AoEs. But I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to use my longbow.
Oh, and you can roll with can you? No, do they have to be within 10 feet of you to roll with advantage on this? After your cower and beg?
It's going to hit.
It's just if I'm within 10 feet.
Okay, so you can roll with advantage in case you crit.
Okay. Oh, I don't.
Okay.
But it is like a 22.
Yep, hits.
So that is longbow is D8. That's you. And that's an 8 plus 2, so it hits for 10. I'm going to do it again. And that is a 21.
Hits.
And that is an 8.
And that is an 8. Great. That is Dolly's turn.
He's turned around and he's looking at Cal, right? Or he was looking over.
He's looking
in
at
his
Cal,
direction.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, they might not be looking at me because I've
Yeah.
begged.
Well, I'm just gonna walk up to him and go. You say you're sorry, but I'm not. If you're gonna try and hurt them, I'm not gonna let that happen. And he's gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. He has a +5. He rolls an 11, 16.
That's a fail. So, yeah, now, like, as she taps him on the shoulder, you see, like, blackness come up in her hand. She's absorbing that from him, and now all my attacks and spells are going to deal an extra 1d8 necrotic damage, because that is Bestow Curse.
Nice. Very nice.
And I'm going to also look at Aya and be like, get up, and Bardic Inspiration him.
Okay. It's Morgan's turn. Just check something. Just in case. So this is a 15-foot radius. So I think a 30-foot radius. I finished it sort of here and did another one. I think that's going to hit everyone apart from Kel and Torian. And everyone apart from Kelnis, the Dragonborn Druid, and Torian, that guy, roll wisdom saving throws.
So I can use that now.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
What is it? It's a
1d8.
1d8.
Kellen passes Eden and Kylan do not. What do you get, Dolly? 13. Radiant? 13. Delian? 18.
Kind of wasted it. 9.
9. Everyone apart from Hollie.
She's in the same room as Doug Cockle.
and to be fair, she's also not scared. Everyone apart from Endelian and Kellen are frightened of Morgan. And the frightened condition...
Advantage on saving
Remember, I
throws,
gave you-
fear, and charm.
You have... Oh, yes, so you have advantage on your first saving throws against frightened and charmed.
Also, I have an advantage anyway against being charmed.
This is not charmed, this is frightened. So
Bingo.
everyone
It was
who,
a charm.
everyone who failed can roll again.
I can't, because I cast it on
You
them.
cast it on them. Kylen fails. Radiant
That's a 21.
Radiant passes.
And I'm going to actually use that Bardic on that one.
Sure.
Yes, it takes it to a 19.
Okay, so Radiant passes. Dolly is still frightened, and Kylen is frightened. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of fear is within your line of sight. You can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear.
I mean, I'm right up against him because I just tapped him on the shoulder, so yes.
So my 19 obviously that passed.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
No, I said the only people who aren't. And then he is going to... What else is he going to do? That's all. That's all he can do actually on his turn. That is Torian's turn. Torian is just going to essentially start walking up towards, and he is going to just sort of stand behind here to offer what help he can behind Kylen
family role
and
play.
Eden
Yeah.
and Elowin. And then we go back up to the top of the order, and that's Kellen, who wasn't scared in the first place, and he's going to take 2 shots at Morgan. 16 and an 18 on a die, hits both times. That's 16 damage to Morgan. Morgan's not looking great, but Morgan is still very much there. That is Kelnis's turn.
I'm going to move forward 30 feet. And Hank's going to come with me. Okay, and then I'm going to attack with my sling. I've still got a storm cloud going on.
Yeah?
But I don't want to lightning bolt him right now because it would do 3d10 damage to everybody who's near him.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take my sling and I'm going to have a go, and then Hank's going to have a go again with fire seed.
Yep, cool.
Yeah. Sling plus 6, 24.
24 to hit. Yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
So a lot of I was like, that's a lot of damage with a sling. Yeah, that absolutely hits.
I know, and then it's 1d4 plus 3. 4 damage. And then
he makes his flame seed attack, which is a d20 plus 8, and then it's 1d6 plus 3 damage if you hit.
and that's 26.
Hits.
3d10.
Nope. A 1d6 plus 3.
1d6 for what?
1d6 for
Damage.
Damage.
For fire seed. Flame seed?
Spit.
you just
Oh,
asked
you're
it.
right. Yeah. 1d6
Plus 3.
something.
Plus 3, your proficiency bonus, which is plus 3.
5.
5. Okay, that is like Morgan is just roll me an insight check.
That is 9.
Okay. You can't. There was just something strange about him. He was always serious. He wasn't that playful, but there's just like a heaviness to him. He just doesn't feel like the same person that you knew. That is Eden's turn. Eden is not frightened of him, so Eden is going to move forward and take some attacks at him. He rolls, so he hits on his second attack, misses with his first, hits on his second for 7 damage, and then he's also going to attack with his dagger, which he does with advantage, and misses. So it's 7 damage to Morgan as Eden sort of breaks into that little group, starts to try and slash at him and into him. That is Ai's turn.
So runs forward, begs, and then Donnie
Oh, he had
goes,
advantage. Eden had advantage.
Yeah.
Let me attack once more.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Okay. Begs, and then hears Donnie say, "Get up!" And literally, as he's begging, just dagger, and just wants to go.
Nice. Make a couple of attacks with your daggers.
So first one, the actual action, is a 17.
Misses.
Oh my god.
You kind of almost get the jump on him, and you stand up and you slam these daggers into where when you realize he's wearing this full plate armor, and it almost gets into almost finds a join in the plate, but doesn't quite.
Yeah. And then the next one doesn't get my bonus.
It does
Bonus.
to the attack, it doesn't to the damage, I believe.
Oh, so the damage, just damage.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, that second one is a 19.
That does hit.
Okay.
So you just essentially roll the
1d4,
d4, but you
yeah.
don't add anything to
Yeah.
it.
And I go, get 1 damage.
Every little helps.
Yeah. And And then that was my bonus action, wasn't it? Yeah. So yeah.
And then it's Kylen's turn, and you see as Eden has moved forward, and he slashes in to Morgan, takes a couple of attacks, and he looks to his side to just see Kylen, and Kylen isn't there. And you see him look over his shoulder, and Kylen next to you, Endelian, is just shaking, staring at Morgan. He's frightened of him. That's his turn. He can't willingly move closer to him. That is Endelian's turn.
Oh, I'm joining my brother.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get as close to Morgan as possible.
I think you can get in there.
I can take from here if you want. A little bit closer. Yeah. There we are. I'm just going to attack. And that is only a 18.
Just hits.
Okay.
Why don't you roll another
I'm just
attack?
gonna roll the other one.
And you roll with advantage because of Vex
Yeah.
from your sword.
Doesn't matter, it's an 18 again.
Okay, so hits again, so 2 hits.
So that's 2d6. So that is an 11 for the first one, and a 10 on the other one.
21 damage.
And then I'm going to use my dagger, which I get advantage on because the last attack landed. It's a nat 20, so I crit. So that is, a dagger is 2d4 plus, so that's 4, that's 6 plus 6 is 12. So my dagger hits for 12.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to action surge.
Holy shit. Do it. Kill him.
Kind of thematically, I really want to. That is not as good. That is only that is a 17.
Misses, just misses. Clangs off his plate armor, the insignia of Ignas, the flames of Ignas obscured by scratches.
No, not good again. And I'll miss again because it's a 16.
Okay. Dolly, that's your turn. You are frightened.
Oh, yeah.
And you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks while he's in your line of sight.
I mean, I'm right up against him anyway, aren't I? I'm just gonna, hand shaking slightly. I'm gonna try and stab him with my dagger.
Roll with disadvantage.
Okay, so the highest roll was a 16 on the dice, which becomes a... What does that become, actually? Okay.
It's been so long since you've used your dagger. It will be your strength modifier is -1,
it's a plus
right?
6, so it becomes 22.
It's a +6 to your damage.
Well, no, not to the damage, no, to hit.
Wow. Oh, because it's dex. You can use dex on it rather than strength. Of course you can.
And then I'm gonna expand EOS as well, because and also I've got the extra D8 of necrotic.
Yeah.
And then it's the dagger would be 1d4 plus 3, but I'm also going to expand EOS and get psychic blades as well.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Cool.
So
If you're going to do it properly.
well, yeah. So that's that, and now that's an extra 3d6
Okay.
psychic blades. So
Who knew a dagger from a
bard.
From a bard?
oh, hello.
Big numbers.
My goodness.
So that's 15. That's an 18. That's 25.
25. This strange necrotic psychic energy flows from you. You've stabbed your dagger up into him despite your trembling hands as you do so, when every part of you is just calling out danger, danger to yourself as you make this attack, but you feel it lodge into the.
He reminds her of everything that the web represents, because she knows, because he told us the story about how, he wanted to hurt the right people, and it could have been her, it could have been her, but for there, but for the dead gods go I. Yeah.
And you see him. You've as you're sort of underneath him, you see tears beneath the mask rolling down through his beard and into his neck, and that is his turn. And he looks at you, Dolly, and he crits. He crits with something called his Sword of Life Stealing. He rolls 2 attacks on you.
I want to call from the deck of many friends.
Okay. He rolled a nat 20. Okay. You hear whispers. You hear whispers in your head. Okay. Okay. You hear whispers in your head. They rise and rise like the sea, and you hear help, help, and then you hear voices all at once, many voices, and they seem to say, "We can help." And you reach into your pack and you pull out a deck of cards. And as you do,
Got you nervous.
Oh my gosh.
as you do, the cards, essentially, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah.
Does Ben
I'll put them on here and tell me when to stop. As
Stop.
that one or this one?
The one that you've just laid down.
Don't look yet.
I won't.
And you pull a card from the deck. And you smell dust. And there are whispers. We can help, we can help. We can help becomes, I can help. And a card rises from the deck and it begins to glow, to shimmer, to spin, as if it's suspended by a thread, and it rises above the deck, sending trails of gold and dust into the air, every rotation. And you all look up as above your heads this spins, going brighter and brighter still until the dark blues of the card are lost to gold, and the gold is lost in turn to blinding white. And there are whispers, whispers in all your heads, cries and laughter and screams that rise like a flood until they're everywhere. They're around you and beside you and inside your heads. They reverberate in your chests. The air between you is thick with them, and then the light fades and the whispers quieten to the barest sibilance, and the card is revealed again, blue and gold, and words appear as if seared into the card's surface, and it says, "The deck of many friends." And the whispers rise again, discordant and random, until they coalesce into a single name. You hear, "Ravenna." Turn over your card. The nat 20 becomes a 13. It's no longer a crit. In fact, it misses.
Oh my
And a purple-skinned, crossbow-wielding tiefling shimmers into view and drops to the ground beside you. And she turns to Radian and says,
Hello, loves. So I'm just working off your timings, am I?
The attack misses, and what you see is ravens appear from this tiefling's hair, a swarm of ravens. And because the card favored you and the card improved your result, this negative effect will only affect your enemies within this area. So swarming, pecking ravens fill a 20-foot sphere centered on a point you choose within 30 feet. The sphere spreads around corners. It remains for the duration. The area is lightly obscured. When the area appears, each creature in it must make a DC 16 Constitution saving throw. So these swarm of ravens suddenly appear out of Ravenna Snack's hair. Her hair becomes ravens, and as it's flapping in the wind, each lock becomes another raven until the morning air, this cold winter, is full of a swarm of ravens. He rolls a 12 on the die, which becomes on his wisdom saving throw. I'm holding everybody in suspense, including myself.
Is it a con save?
On a Constitution saving throw. It becomes a 15. Okay. He takes 4d10 piercing damage. And then we will do the damage from the one hit that he did manage to do on you. It's a 5 and a 16. That's 20 points of piercing damage. Morgan throws his hands up as these ravens are everywhere and they're pulling at him and the mask falls. And it's just Morgan, tear-stained and black with his own blood, as these ravens tear at him. He manages to take one swing at you, Dolly, with his sword in the melee of all this, which does 10 slashing damage and 5 necrotic damage. She drops. And it's like he's trying to, you don't know if he's trying to attack the ravens or attack Dolly, but Dolly falls. And Ravenna leans into you, Radian, and as she's looking at all these ravens, her kind of creatures, she just looks at you and says, "They shit as well." That is Torian's turn. Torian has never seen anything like this in his life. He puts his hand on Kylen. He feels Kylen shaking, slaps him round the face. He's going to break the frightened condition on Kylen with his action. Radian, that is your turn.
Without thinking, I instantly run over to Dolly and I shove a little kelberry in her mouth.
Brilliant. A kelberry brings Dolly back with 1 HP. Yeah. You are looking up at Morgan, who is still swinging his sword, trying desperately to swat these ravens, these sort of feral birds, out of the air. You hear Kellen, you wake up to Kellen saying, "They look well fed," as you're kind of looking up at Morgan as he's swiping.
I'd also, as a bonus action, like to have, what did we call it? The recovery. I would like
Arcane recovery, yeah.
Is it? Arcane?
Yeah, arcane recovery, and you can regain 1 spell slot rather than any. You can.
I'd like to gain some health if that's possible.
Oh yes, absolutely. Sorry, you can roll a healing surge then.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You roll a healing surge.
I would like to roll a healing surge because I do not have much health.
Absolutely.
I have a 3.
I don't think any of us are feeling particularly fit right now.
So you can roll up to 3 of your hit dice. So you can roll 3d6, and you can add your Constitution modifier to each one.
Oh, fab.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. You roll up to. Essentially, you get a short rest's worth of healing.
And I add my con as well.
Each time.
No way.
Yeah, baby.
Boy! So I get...
From now on, it takes an action. I've just realised it's overpowered, but that's absolutely fine.
So yeah, I take... sorry, I'm just quite overwhelmed. 13 plus 6.
19. You recover 19 HP.
Jeez. What a go!
Just saw something amazing happen from the deck.
What a fantastic fun go! Is there anything else? Is there anything else that you want to do on your turn?
No, I'm good.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Are you?
I'm good.
You're good. Kellen. I'm going to say Kellen realistically cannot get a good line of sight here without risking shooting either you or his brother in the back of the head. And I also feel like this moment is more about you than it is about the Grenweirds at this point. You all have a sense that the end is coming for Morgan. That is Kelnis's turn.
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to sling Morgan and then fire seed him. That's a 21.
Hits.
And that does 1d4 plus 3 damage. 4 damage. And then 25.
25 hits.
What is it?
1d6 plus 3.
8.
8. He looks... Morgan is covered in ravens and black blood, and he's scratched and he's maimed, and he is swirling his sword around. And that is Eden's turn. And Eden is going to use Commander's Strike. When Eden takes he's going to take the attack action. He's going to forego one of his attacks and use a bonus action to direct an ally that can see or hear him to strike using its reaction, adding a d8 to the damage roll. And he looks at you, Elowen, and he says, I don't think this is a killing blow that's mine to land.
Great. That's Cox, so I am running it. That is, I've rolled a 17.
17 on the die, that hits. That hits.
So that will be my short sword.
Yeah.
So that is a d6 plus 6 for me.
Plus a d8.
Plus a d8. So it's a 6 plus a 6, it's a 12.
Roll a d8.
And a 2, so it's a 14.
Elowen Grenweir. Tell me about it.
It's clean, it is simple. I'm just going to find that place you can get with heavy armor. It's right underneath the arm. You can get straight to the heart. It's a clean, quick kill. And as it goes in, I'm just going to say, you weren't strong enough to find your own, so just go join your god. And pull my sword out.
And as you do, he almost reaches out an arm as if to steady himself on your shoulder, and he looks at you, and in the moment before he drops, he says, thank you. And he drops to the ground. And you've secured the safety of House Grenweir. And there's silence for a moment. And Ravenna leans into you again, Raven says, ooh, big day, this feels like a big day. I turned up at a big day. And all the ravens go, all the ravens disappear. She disappears back into the card. And the card bursts into gold and dust and is gone. Everybody roll perception checks. Dolly.
That one, I'm still on the grind.
Yeah. I. 4. Kelnis.
12.
She's got 1 HP, but she's lying down. 12. Endelian.
Shaking from that, it's a 10.
Dirty 20.
You're on a high right now.
Yeah, really.
What just happened? Okay.
Raging, you hear a voice. And it's a voice you recognize. Says, peoples of Reliquiae. And it's the voice of Barabbas. And you look up, and projected in the sky is a figure in the air, a figure before you. Green robes, golden circlet glitters on his forehead with otherworldly brightness. High cheekbones, pale skin. Roll me an Arcana or Perception check.
As an Arcana, that would be a 21.
Okay, this is some kind of projected image. He's not here. This is a way of mass communicating. And Barabbas, with sightless eyes, you all look up and see these sort of sightless eyes sort of looking at all of you and looking at none of you at the same time. He says, I come to you with a heart burdened by grief and rent in twain. Our gods are dead. I tremble even as I speak this terrible truth. As the Antiqua embarked upon our yearly deference, making pilgrimage to the divine at the peak of Mount Atria, we were accompanied by those who swore to protect us. The morning before we summited, we awoke to find our guards had abandoned us. Thinking only of the virtuous to whom we owe all life, we rushed to the summit where we came upon the full horror of what had occurred. the slain broken bodies of our gods. Despite our power, our magic, and our faith, nothing could be done to save nor revive them. We wept, children of the virtuous. We wept. And in Delian, you look around and you see that Torian is crying. As we return to offer our words of comfort to the people, still guarding the terrible secret of the death, should pandemonium ensue, I learnt that a cleric of my order had also fallen. Slain by these traitors as they fled in gleeful shame, I speak the name of this cleric, Jasmine Iridni, so that her bravery may never be forgotten. Still these cowards live, pursuing your Antiqua and snuffing out their divine-gifted life, the humble Damilo, brilliant Arbuthnot, fearless Malachine, and truest of all Grornoth. My heart breaks anew to tell you that these Antiqua have been slain in cold blood. We weep for these poor souls with one heart. We mourn them as the goddess would with songs and sweet words. These murderers must be stopped. I name them. The Tiefling Dolly de Winter, Elowin Grenweard, who goes by the name Endelian Urinan, the Elf Radian Thornbear, Dragonborn of Lathi, Kelnis, and the kobold known as I. They are henceforth named as the God Killers, and I swear before the memory of the virtuous that justice shall be done upon them as never was justice enacted in this world before. Still, my dearest children, I come to offer you hope. Reliquiae will not bow to evil. We shall unite. We shall unite and we shall meet violence with bloody vengeance. We can only assume the attacks that now mar our land are part of a wider plot and that these traitorous assassins are their leaders. And through much discussion with those learned and dear friends among the Antiqua that still live, I have come to a single immutable truth. Reliquiae craves a god. It cries out for divinity and leadership, and so full knowing of the power and privilege of this terrible office, I assume the mantle. Reluctantly, humbly, and with faith, I hereby declare my ascension to godhood. From the Alanites to Atria, I shall protect this land. I, Barabask, the sinless, first among the Antiqua, first of the righteous, I shall lead us to swift and overwhelming victory. I shall be the end of the God Killers. And that's where we'll end our session.
You bitch!
Thanks for joining us, everybody, for the longest ever episode of Natural Six. That is the end of episode 13, and not that anything's going to change schedule-wise, that kind of ends the first arc of our adventures in the world of Reliquiae. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will be back next week with an action surge where we will be unpacking some of the things that happened.
Just some of them.
Just some of them. But if you don't want to wait that long, you can head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Natural Six, and you can listen right now to what comes next. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time, we will see you soon for more adventures in the world of Reliquiae. Bye.